Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of us to the Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot 2023. This is all geared towards a circular and resourceful economy, the future of Lagos. Any moment from now, our dear Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, will be here. But I would like to welcome to this gathering distinguished guests and stakeholders who are all involved towards a circular and resourceful economy and the future of Lagos. Permit me to recognize the presence of the Deputy Consulate of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Nigeria, Ms. Leon van der Stijk. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. I would also like to recognize the Deputy Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly. Thank you very much, Honorable Miranda. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, ma. Thank you very much. The Chairman of APC in Lagos State, their Pastor Cornelius Ojelabi is also here. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, sir. We'll be taking the recognition in bits as we have our guests seated. I also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Luca Polidori, Olan Secular Hotspot Director. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. Thanks so much. We have distinguished body of permanent secretaries in Lagos State, our generals, our forefront commanders in the civil service. We'll be taking those recognitions as soon as they are seated. I know I have seen the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information and Strategy, Mr. Olumide Shogunle. And of course, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Ibrahim Obajomo, as well as the Permanent Secretary, Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, Mrs. Abose George. Our dear member, Lagos State House of Assembly, Mr. Avose. Thank you very much for coming. The honorable member, Lagos State House of Assembly, representing Badagry constituency. Thank you very much for coming, sir. I've also seen the former General Manager, Lagos State Waste Management Authority, who is also the immediate Commissioner for Environment in Ogun State, Mr. Ola Oresoya. Thank you very much for coming. And just stepping into the hall as the immediate former Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget in Lagos State, Mr. Sam Egube. Thank you for coming, sir. The circular economy that has been introduced and then that we'll be talking about in Lagos State today is all about an economic system based on the reuse and regeneration of materials or products, especially as a means of continuing production in a sustainable or environmentally friendly way. In a nutshell, it's all about sharing leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products as long as possible. This is all in the effort to mitigate the effects of climate change and also to create a sustainable economy. Our dear Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu will soon be here. We are also expecting Mr. Deputy Governor as well as a couple of other state officials. May I also inform us that this program is a partnership between Lagos State Government, the Circular Economy Innovation Partnership, African Circular Economy Network, and of course, the Holland Circular Hotspot in Netherlands. All these institutions, states, and country come together for providing a Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot 2023 and creating a circular and resourceful economy in Lagos, and also to determine how circular economy will shape the future of Lagos. Everything new in Nigeria starts from Lagos. Everything new in Africa starts from Nigeria. The issue all around circular economy and creating an hotspot for it is starting in Lagos. We are not big for nothing. Lagos is a center of excellence. And in improving our excellence, most of the time, any innovation that tries to prove how the economy should be developed, how the people should have more, how Nigerians should tend to have more in terms of growth, always starts with Lagos. And today is not an exception. We are having the best heads who are all going to be seated here this morning till tomorrow, talking about a circular economy, a new idea, an innovation to make sure that the economy is sustainable. We don't just use any products and throw it away. There are ways through which you go around products, consumer goods, and the rest of it, and make them reusable. I also like to note that we have the Director, National Agricultural Seed Council, who is also representing the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Bassi Unowo here. Thank you very much. Wherever you are seated, you are recognized. Thank you very much. Thank you. Again, we have Mrs. Oluwatoyin Agbenla, the Zonal Director, Federal Ministry of Environment, who is also representing the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Environment. Thank you very much. The Consular General, German Embassy, His Excellency Mr. Watt Bonner is also here. Thank you very much. I also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Sumi Lanre Odesoya, the State Secretary, APC in Lagos State. He was once a member of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Thank you very much, Honorable Odesoya. Thank you, sir. Circular economy is an innovation that will create more jobs in Lagos. A city as big as ours should be able to repair, to reuse, to refurbish and recycle so that we create more jobs and we also minimize the effect of climate change in our environment. These are the issues, and then it will be a point of conversation for all of us between today and tomorrow. We'll be taking the opening remarks, the welcome remarks, goodwill messages, and we also have some presentations, while the keynote address will be taken by our dear governor and also Professor Aliu Jauro, DG Nesria. All this will happen in the next 30 to 40 minutes before we go into panel discussions. Once again, I would like to recognize our lawmakers that are already seated here, most especially the Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, the most vibrant House of Assembly in Nigeria, Honorable Moji Miranda. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you. And of course, the Deputy Chief Whip, Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Setonji David. Thank you very much for coming, sir. We appreciate you. I would also like to seize this opportunity to appreciate all party members, executive members, and then party chieftains, all from All Progressive Congress that are here. We appreciate all of you. Honorable Mayegun Moshood, APC State Deputy Chairman, thank you very much for coming. Dr. Muritala Siriki, Youth Leader, Lagos, thank you very much for coming. We use that opportunity to appreciate all stakeholders, community leaders, youth group, and of course, everyone that has anything to do with Lagos economy. We are all here for the development of Lagos economy, for its sustainability, and to make sure that after today, our thinking about sustainability, our thinking about circular economy will be more enriched with the array of speakers that will be talking to us, as well as the panelists that will be invited to come and discuss issues around the circular economy in Lagos, in Nigeria, and in Africa. Hello. Shall we all rise to welcome the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Thank you very much, sir. Once again, welcome the Deputy Governor of Lagos State to the Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot 2023. We also welcome members of the diplomatic community, welcome party chieftains, principal officers of the Lagos State House of Assembly, which includes the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Chief Whip, and all other principal officers. Welcome all our party chieftains, led by the chairman of the party, and of course, body of permanent secretaries. We have 2 permanent secretaries being represented from the federal ministries and agencies, and we also have our dear body of permanent secretaries in Lagos State. They are fully represented here, quite a number of them. And today we'll be discussing how to reuse, how to share information on how to reuse, as well as make our economy more sustainable, create more jobs for the youth, create more jobs for women, ensure that we don't just use and throw away. Everything is reusable. It depends on how we put all of them together. The initiatives and every idea and innovation that will ensure that this is well utilized will be discussed here today. We have experts to do that in-house already. I also like to welcome one of our party chieftain in Lagos, Alhaji Fuad Oki. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you, sir. We also welcome the immediate past special advisor to the governor of Lagos State on sustainable development goals, Ms. Sholakwe Hammond. Thank you very much for coming. And of course, the former SSC on SDG, Mr. Lekon Fatodu. Thank you very much for coming. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Bimbola Salu Ndeyin. Thank you very much for coming, ma. We appreciate you, ma. We also have in the house the task team leader from the World Bank, Mr. Fuad Makawi. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. He had his time with Mr. Governor yesterday during the World Bank review team, and it was awesome for 3-4 hours. Thank you so much, Mr. Fuad Makawi. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Governor, the Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, the SSG, honorable members of the House of Assembly, party chieftains, members of the diplomatic community, body of permanent secretaries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We would like to start the program right now so that when Mr. Governor comes in, we'll fill in all the other gaps. On this note, with the permission of Mr. Deputy Governor, I would like to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Water Resources, Dr. Omobalaji Tajuddin Gaji, to come and give us a welcome remarks, tell us why we are here, and put everything we want to do here in perspectives.
I still hang around. Neither lost nor found.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to commence the program right now.
Music in the night. Nights are always bright.
As I said earlier, this is all about the future of Lagos economy, reestablishing the necessity for sustainability, making sure that we can refurbish, we can reuse, but all the ideas, the innovations will be coming from our speakers, and the panelists that will be introduced any moment from now. But before we start all that, we are supposed to have a background with a welcome to tell us why we are here and why this program is very, very important to Lagos economy. We already have the Deputy Governor of Lagos State here, the Deputy Speaker, principal officers of the House of Assembly, members of the diplomatic community, community leaders, party stalwarts, corporate leaders, members of the corporate community, those who deal with how we run the economy at the background. While the public sector is there, they are there to fill in the gap and drive the economy alongside the government agencies. So on this note, with the permission of Mr. Deputy Governor, I would like to invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Dr. Mobalaji Gaji, to come and give us a welcome address. Please put your hands together for Dr. Mobalaji Gaji.
The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, His Excellency, the Consulate of the Kingdom of Netherlands, His Excellency Mr. Dilin, ably represented by the Deputy Consul General, Leon van der Steel. I hope I didn't do injustice. His Excellency, the Consulate General, Germany, Westbona, you're welcome. The Deputy Speaker, Lagos State House of Assembly, Honorable Mojisola Merinda, and other principal officers here present. The Secretary of the State Government, Barrister Bimbola Salu Dein. The Lagos State Head of Service, Mr. Akim More Okunla. Former ESCO members here present, Mr. Sam Egubi, Mr. Ola Oresoya, and Mrs. Sholakwe Amond. Members of the body of permanent secretaries here present, especially the permanent secretaries of Ministry of Environment, SDG and Investment, Ministry of MEPB, members of the body of permanent secretary, chairman of local government LCDAs here present, the program manager, Holland Circular Hotspot, Mr. Luca Polidru, another international organization here present, the co-chair, Circular Economy Innovation Partner, Bolaji Akimboro, heads of government agencies here present, both federal and state here present, especially the Director General, the Oba of Lagos, Oba Rilwan Aremwaki, ably represented by the Opelua Onido of Lagos, Chief Lateef Ajose Aderibigbe, the state chairman of our party, All Progressive Congress, Honorable Cornelius Ojolabi, and other party executive here present, members of the Governance Advisory Council here present, the White Cap Chiefs of Lagos, Captain of Industries, Managing Director of banks here present, especially the team leader of World Bank in Nigeria, in Lagos, Mr. Fuad Malkawi, our esteemed foreign partners here present, our wonderful panelists, speakers of today's event, other top government functionaries, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is great honor to welcome the respected participants, ladies and gentlemen. I extend a heartfelt welcome to the Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot LCEH 2023, which is being hosted for the first time in Africa. And the city of Lagos happened to be the host for that in Nigeria. Thank you. Please clap. As we come here today to explore the possibilities and promise of a sustainable and regenerative future, the concept of a circular economy has emerged as a beacon of hope in the face of rising environmental difficulties and depletion of natural resources. It provides us with a transformative strategy to moving away from the linear take, make, waste model and towards a system that prioritizes renewal, reusability, and regeneration. I'm delighted to see such a broad and enthusiastic collection of people from all sectors and industries gathering here today, all with a shared goal to effecting positive change. This curriculum is more than just a discussion platform. It is a catalyst for action. It is an opportunity for us to work together, innovate, and rethink how we produce, consume, and interact with our planet. The ideas of the circular economy, ladies and gentlemen, are strongly anchored in the concept of restorative practices, in which waste becomes a resource and efficiency is the rule. We may minimize environmental effects, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and protect natural resources for future generations by implementing circular solutions. Throughout this program, we will look at several facets of the circular economy, such as sustainable design, environmentally friendly manufacturing, waste management, product life extension, and the importance of consumer behavior. We will hear from experts, participate in interactive workshops, and exchange best practice to encourage one another. Today, we join not just to learn, but also to act, innovate, and inspire one another. We are here because we are deeply committed to changing the basic underpinnings of our economy. We have come because we believe in the concept of circular economy, which eliminates waste and pollution while keeping products and resources in use and regenerating natural systems. I want to express a deep appreciation to the Governor of Lagos State and the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, to all stakeholders, speakers, sponsors, organizers who helped make the Lagos State Circular Economy Hotspot 2023 a reality. Finally, I would like to challenge the current status quo, seek innovation, and envision a future where growth, sustainability coexist, where the economy and the environment coexist. It's time to think in circles rather than lines. Thank you very much for listening. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe wa ni. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, I will appreciate Dr. Mobalaji Tajuddin Gaji. Is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment and Water Resources. I guess is one of those permanent secretaries whose interest is more in this exercise. It's all about the environment, making sure that whatever we do keeps the environment sustainable. Thank you very much. He has laid the basis for why we are here today, and then the reason why we should all pay a lot of attention to make sure that whatever we do is in sync with the future of Lagos and the economy of Lagos. In the same vein, I would like to invite the executive member, African Circular Economy Network, Mrs. Oluwakemi Ajakaye, and country representative, African Circular Economy Network, Abayomi Magbagbeola. The two of them in turn will take the opening remarks to tell us from the side of the partners why we are doing this, the necessity for circular economy, and how it's going to affect the future of Lagos. First, let's take Ms. Oluwakemi Ajakaye. Ms. Ajakaye, please. Please, let's appreciate her, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawal. Before I speak, so for those of you looking at that screen, please don't look at my hair. It's a circular hairdo, but rather listen to my speech. Thank you. Dear Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, still expecting him. Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, Deputy Speaker, members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable members of the House, party leaders, policymakers, regulators, dear presenters, speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good day to you all. I am proud and privileged to stand before you to deliver these remarks as we celebrate the birth of secular hotspot movement within the African continent. It also gives me awesome pleasure to greet our guests participating online. So just so we know, we have persons watching on YouTube and some are on Zoom. This hybrid circular economy hotspot is led by the Lagos State Government in partnership with the African Circular Economy Network and the Circular Economy Innovation Partnership, and of course, along with the Netherlands Consulate in Lagos and the Holland Circular Hotspot. A round of applause for them, please. Circular Economy Hotspot event is an initiative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This brings together policymakers, businesses, companies, civil societies, entrepreneurs, citizens, knowledge institutions, and governments in a bid to promote and support collaboration, knowledge sharing, highlight circular strategies, best practices, and exchange ideas towards a transition to a circular economy in host cities. Many thanks to Dublin and Chile, who are also co-hosts of the 7th edition of the Circular Economy Hotspot. Lagos, Eko for sure, is a pace setter in so many fronts. And of course, Lagos is a creative economy of opportunities beyond any limitations for a circular economy. In the next 2 days, we want to set an ambitious course for circular economy in Lagos to be nothing less than the model for a smart 21st century city, to show example to the African continent and the world. Circular economy is not a rhetoric, but rather design and implementation of policies, plans, programs, projects to draw close to home circular economy models, circular economy principles, and the plans to create a regenerative economic system through circular economy. This means that we will draw deeper into a wide range of topics, such as regenerative agriculture, the just transition, how do we measure CE progress, what are the details emerging from those innovations, amongst others. While circular economy is often seen as a waste management instrument, there are broader benefits across the environmental and social sphere. Implementing a circular economy will require change throughout our society, and as a result, will be a journey across all sectors that we have in engaging. It will be an interactive process that will require ongoing engagement and reflections within community, businesses, and government agencies. In May, Dublin hosted the Circular Economy Hotspot for Europe. We learned, we connected, and we were inspired. And so I'll call on my colleague to tell you further on what to expect from the Circular Economy Hotspot in Lagos. Thank you.
The theme for the hotspots in Lagos towards a circular and resourceful economy, the future of Lagos and Nigeria, is to envision how imbibing circular economy would provide a different approach to the way we use resources, building models to drive the designs of systems, services, and goods to keep resources in use, design waste and pollution out, and to regenerate natural systems. The circular economy model is a model that promotes resource efficiency and optimization much needed in our current world. The Africa Circular Economy Network and its partners have engaged multi-sectoral stakeholders in various topical circular economy applications in the areas of energy, waste metals, critical raw materials, textiles, and fashion, transportation, tourism, plastics and packaging, chemicals, food systems, amongst others. In circular economy, there is a place for everyone. Working together, all of us will get the results we desire. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, sir, Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists and speakers, it is our commitment that this hotspot will not be a mere gathering to be counted, but a groundbreaking opportunity for partnerships, co-creation, aligning of thoughts, interests, and setting out an actionable, achievable plan for the betterment of Lagos, Nigeria, to spur conversations towards complementary circular economy goals, objectives, and targets of different MDAs in line with the team's agenda and the Lagos State Development Plan as launched by the Lagos State Government. The role of circular economy is needed to drive the greater Lagos that we all desire and working towards, and to drive conversations to change dynamics, to form new thinkings, attitudinal change, and industrial symbiosis as a matter of urgency. Finally, the pre-planning and the planning of these hotspots is being made possible by a fantastic planning committee right from the bid, which has demonstrated for us what partnerships is all about, where we have the public sector officials, private sector citizens. As we know, Lagos is for everyone and we all work together. The technical working group was set up by the Lagos State Government, co-chaired by 4 permanent secretaries, Ministries of Environment, Economic Planning and Budget, SDG and I, and Commerce, all of whom have worked tirelessly. You are all wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all to navigate opportunities for your businesses as you enjoy the Circular Economy Hotspots 2023. We thank you for your audience and we wish everyone a happy deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the duo of Oluwakemi Ajakai, the executive member, African Circular Economy Network, and of course, our brother Abayomi Magbagbiola, who is the country representative, African Circular Economy Network. They have shed more light on this new idea, new innovation for sustainable economic growth and for the future of Lagos. Please, let's appreciate the two of them, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll be taking Goodwill messages. We have Goodwill messages from different spheres. Some will take via a pre-recorded video. Some will be inviting to the podium to come and talk about their view and wishing us well in this new journey of circular economy. So, for us to start, let me invite Dr. Basi Unawo, the Director, National Agriculture Seed Council. Dr. Basi Unawo, Director, National Agricultural Seed Council, to come and talk about a goodwill message all about the circular economy. Please, let's appreciate him.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. I want to stand on the existing protocol. I'm Dr. Basi Unawo, National Agricultural Seed Council. I'm standing in for Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Ernest Omagire. The ministry is indeed very happy with this program. So we want to congratulate the Lagos State government, specifically, and Nigeria in general, for being the first African nation to host the first ever circular economy hotspot in Africa, aimed at developing a model that will encourage responsible production and consumption by reusing, repairing, recycling existing production and consumption materials for continued usage, thereby addressing environmental issues and creating more jobs for the teeming population. The Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development is trying to minimize the effect of agricultural activities on the environment. We have adopted climate-smart agricultural production by promoting organic fertilizer that will improve the soil's texture and structure, as well as make our products more acceptable in the international market. Climate-smart agricultural seed and planting materials that are environmentally friendly and can also adapt to a wide range of environments. The ministry is also working with the African Development Bank to implement the National Agricultural Growth Scheme that will make available high-quality agricultural input, that is seed, fertilizer, and agrochemicals, available to Nigerian farmers at a highly subsidized rate to produce more food and reduce the high cost of food in the country. The ministry is also, however, advocating for the use of biodegradable and climate-smart agricultural production packages to continue production in a sustainable, environmentally friendly manner. In addressing the challenges of packaging materials, the ministry is also proposing the development and adoption of more environmentally friendly packaging materials, especially agrochemical bottles and disposal of these bottles that are biodegradable rather than plastic bottles, cellophane paper, or nylon bags, as it is called. Most of our high waterways and floodplains are blocked by plastic bottles and pure water sachets, thereby causing flooding that results in massive loss of crops and livestock. It is therefore pertinent to tackle the menace of sachet water, also known as pure water, plastic bottles used in agrochemicals and other agricultural packages. Minister of Agriculture is ready to collaborate with Lagos State government on a pilot scale to develop biodegradable and reusable packaging materials for agricultural products such as agrochemicals and other agricultural products in order to tackle the environmental, social, and economic challenges of our citizens residing in Lagos and in other parts of the country. I want to once again appreciate the African Circular Economic Network, Circular Economic Innovation Partners, and Netherlands government for supporting this all-important initiative. I want to once again congratulate the government and people of Lagos State for always being the first to bring innovation that will address some socioeconomic challenges in our country. Once again, thank you, and I wish you good luck in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, there, Dr. Basi Unawu. I would also like to inform us that he just read the speech of the Federal Permanent Secretary for Environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now have their Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, stepping onto the hall. Please let's rise to welcome Mr. Governor. The national anthem, please, after the count of 3, 1, 2, go. All right. So. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Shall we all please take our seat as once again we welcome our dear governor, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. We also welcome our dear deputy governor once again. Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Governor, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, this is, as you are well known, it's all about Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot 2023, and it is about creating an environment for a circular and resourceful economy, and also determining the future of Lagos in terms of sustainability, in terms of making sure that everything we do can be reused, can be refurbished, and then can create more jobs and opportunity for the people of Lagos. We have taken the opening remarks, we've taken the welcome remarks, but we have a joint cultural troupe performance that is supposed to herald the aftermath of the national anthem. Let's have the cultural performance, please.
You know, Lagos State being the hub of MSMEs on the West Coast, it has a concentration of 3,224,000. Share the counter. 324 micro operators. Yeah, one. Number 2, over 11,663 SMEs operators. Share the counter. And all of them will benefit directly. I mean, it's to show the effort of the Lagos State towards building an inclusive economy.
So, all this way they talk since you know say you go first tell me where they stress me. Oh yeah, now wait, see us go take John now.
Wait, come. First carry this your something, make I can show you. You get how with the tail on now.
Wait, now so your leg too fast. You never give me money now.
I'll go give you your money.
And quick bring down. Me note. Thank you. Cold water to 2 minerals, way. Cold water to 2 minutes ray. Cold water to 2 minutes ray. Get it before your side. Okay. You might be like say one slow today. Or be
You see, this is what happens when we derail in our focus.
Which focus? No be. That's what we dey do for here now. Any dirty way we see, we go try 'em on top corner. Abi, as you do now, you do bad.
Dream can't finish. I drop hand here.
Oh, God, make with the cold water to 2 minutes spray.
Wait. But wait. Lagos don't be dumping ground now.
Abi, dumping ground. Who tell you say na dumping ground? No be say we dey dump anything for anywhere, but now so we dey do am. Abi, as you do am now, you don't do bad thing.
Otio, it is simple. We go just dump these bottles for any empty space. That kind thing no bad at all.
At all.
Lagos is not a dumping ground now.
At all. I mean, there is nothing usual about dumping things anywhere and anyhow.
What did you expect me to do now?
You see, we save ourselves a lot when we do the right thing. When we
right
dispose rightly.
The right thing.
Oh, madam, now, so we go begin the cut plastics. Go and sell them for Balogu market.
Emi Asam, oh. Emi Asam.
All this yama where you drop for ground. You know the help now. Wisdom is profitable to direct.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? If you dey recycle this used bottles, you save the planet from rot and even save some money in your own pocket.
Abi.
Now.
Can you imagine?
You see?
A bottle in hand is worth millions in the bank. When we buy to use and recycle, we save our land and our future. This is Lagos.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for the cultural performance by the joint cultural troupe. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Your Excellencies, Consular Generals from Netherlands, from Finland, and then the World Bank team, as well as the political leaders from the House of Assembly and all other stakeholders. It is my honor once again to welcome all of us to this program. Now, we have taken the opening remarks as well as the welcome remarks. Now we'll be taking some other goodwill messages, and then I'm going to start first from the Deputy Consular General, Consulate of the Kingdom of Netherlands, Ms. Leon van der Stuyt, who is coming to give a goodwill message. Please put your hands together for her, please.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to respectfully stand on existing protocol, recognizing in particular Mr. Honorable Governor and his deputy, and the teams within their various agencies for this important summit on circular economy. I have it on personal notice that the organizing teams call themselves Team No Sleep these days. So thank you very much for pulling this together. Standing on existing protocol, while I believe we need to stand less on existing protocols, because we need new protocols for a circular economy. We need new recipes for progress, bold, redesigned business models that can turn trash into a resource. We need change of perspectives and change of expectations. We need firsts. I'd like to congratulate Lagos State for being the first on the African continent to organize this circular economy hotspot. It's important that we have these firsts, because when we zoom out far enough from where we sit today, and you see the world where we have designed an entire system where we draw resources from the environment, we send them to factories, we turn them into products, and then we dump them. And in the way we have currently structured our lives, we are basically taking out loans of the future. These loans, we have no idea how we're going to pay them off yet, because we don't know what our planet looks like in 2050. When we include global warming tipping points, we will hit in the decades to come. Our planet's ecosystem can simply no longer replenish the resources we are using today. And with 70% of Nigerians under the age of 30, the outstanding loans of the future here are exponentially higher, simply because there will be more young people living with more scarcity in the future. And those are the scarcities we are creating today. And our current linear system still allows for shortcuts. Did you know, for example, that 60% of the clothes worldwide are made of plastic, and 99% of those clothes end up on a landfill or incineration? And the worst fact is 40% of all the clothes in fast fashion industry are never even worn. It makes so much sense to replace linear models of grab, use, and dump with circular models, feeding end-of-life products back into our system. And innovation is one of the reasons I'm still an optimist. We have invented the internet, ladies and gentlemen. I sound like a boomer saying that. We can 3D print bridges. We can build entire houses from trash. And the private sector drives that change. As the Netherlands, we stand by to support not only our Dutch companies here in Nigeria, but also their Nigerian partners and Nigerian ecosystems. For example, when they work to turn waste into energy here in Lagos State. And the latest development, we are currently subsidizing the Dutch company Closing the Loop to work on realizing another first, the first electronic waste recycling facility in Africa, also here in Lagos State. And aside from supporting the circular economy business platform here in Lagos with the circular economy innovation platform, one of the partners of the Hotspot today, we also support a number of ecosystems for innovative entrepreneurs to turn their impact ideas into business. And in the last 4 years, we have created 4,000 jobs for youth here in Lagos. And there's more to come. A bit of shakara, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we need to start breaking the patterns of how we have always done things by not standing on existing protocol. Partnerships forged here in the coming days will build more equitable, sustainable, impact business opportunities, and the Netherlands is committed to those partnerships. We will help provide the knowledge and capacity needed for the circular economy roadmap that's currently in the works. And we would also like to take this moment to offer Lagos State to co-design an exchange program focused on building innovation hubs for sustainability. Hubs that can connect the brain power that is flowing out of universities here in Lagos to industry and investment in public-private partnerships. We look forward to an opportunity to co-design an exchange on that. It used to be a major challenge in the Netherlands to connect innovation to industry, but I think we have cracked a nut by building a model with municipalities, the right policies, investors, startup ecosystems, and universities. And we look forward to connecting to Lagos State on that. Finally, practicing what we preach. We look forward to learning from La Cepa's lessons. Dr. Fashaway, I see you in the crowd. Going fully circular with our office here in Lagos, we hope to learn from you and what you have done in your office and take from those lessons and do the same ourselves. And we hope we can join others into practicing what we preach in our own offices as well. Mr. Governor, Honorable Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, all circular friends and family today, thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to what this Hotspot has to offer. It's more than a conference, it's the actions that flow afterwards, and we are ready to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the Deputy Consulate General of the Consulate Kingdom of Netherlands in Lagos State. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. She talks about waste to energy, waste to recycling, and also helping the state government to create additional 4,000 jobs. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor will also take Goodwill message from the Regional Director, UNIDO, Mr. Jim Bakoli. The Regional Director, UNIDO, Mr. Jim Bakoli. I think it needs to be appreciated better. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Osuji Otu. I'm representing the Regional Director of United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. The Governor of Lagos State, the Deputy Governor, all excellencies here present, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important occasion, and I want to use this opportunity to say that plastic litter is a major global environmental problem. Its production was drastically increased by more than 20 folds between 1964 and 2015, with an annual output of 322 million metric tons. This figure is expected to double by 2035 and quadruple by 2050 if no global action is taken. Over the years, the mismanagement of plastic waste is not only contaminating the land, but it is also being released into the marine environment, thereby polluting and threatening the biodiversity and our blue economy. Mismanaged plastics and ineffective waste management is also a source of global emission. According to World Bank, plastic waste accounts for 12% of the total amount of municipal solid waste generated globally in 2016, only 9% was recycled, while only 14% was collected for recycling. As the most populated nation with the largest GDP in the African continent, Nigeria plastic waste is on the increase. This is based on its increased consumption from 578,000 tons of plastic in 2007 to about 1,250,000 tons in 2017. Therefore, the per capita plastic consumption has grown by 5% annually from 4 kilograms to 6.5 kilograms respectively. It is estimated that each citizen would consume about 7.5 kilograms of plastic per year. Ladies and gentlemen, in the recent past, Nigeria has continued to display leadership position in Africa by developing various initiatives and partnerships at combating plastics and solid waste pollution. To reiterate the importance of coordinated efforts at the United Nations Environmental Assembly, there was an agreement to work towards developing a global convention on plastics and marine plastics. Currently, UNIDO has partnered with the government of Nigeria through various initiatives. This includes the development of the national policy on solid waste management in 2020, the national policy on plastic waste management, the circular economy assessment on plastics study on available sustainable alternative materials to plastics, and innovative packaging and recycling technologies that meet market needs in Africa to reduce plastic leakages to the environment. UNIDO has also organized various stakeholder workshops, and very recently, the signing of the Japan-funded Circular Economy on Plastic project. The implementation of the project will began since year 2022. Currently, UNIDO is collaborating with donors, development partners, and national stakeholders to effectively support Nigeria and state governments to manage plastics, solid waste, e-waste, and pollution. UNIDO is also upgrading the Nigeria Country Program to Program for Country Partnership based on the request of the President of Nigeria. This provides a platform for cooperation between Nigeria and UNIDO in 6 programmatic areas. One of the program components includes environment, energy, circular economy, and sustainability. It is essential to note that the private sector plays a key role to the success of circular economy implementation in every country. The value chain, including research and development for circular economy solutions, should be led by the public institution in partnership with the private sector. Without such partnership, it will be difficult to achieve circularity in the real sense. Lagos is a progressive state that promotes industrial development. Nigeria cannot successfully advance in its quest for sustainable industrial development without the active participation of Lagos State. This is why UNIDO will continue to explore ways of effectively working with Lagos State to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby reaffirm UNIDO's commitment to working with Lagos State, the Nigerian government, and the private sector towards achieving inclusive and sustainable industrial development without compromising the quality of the environment. In conclusion, I want to reiterate that the outcome of this summit, if well implemented, will substantially contribute to effective management of the environment and socio-economic development of Lagos State in particular and Nigeria in general. On behalf of UNIDO and the European Union, which is also the co-chair of Nigeria Circular Economy Working Group, we congratulate you all. Once again, I congratulate everybody seated here and wish you all a successful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The representative of Mr. Jim Bakole, the Regional Director, UNIDO. Thank you so much. Mr. Governor, we have a pre-recorded video of the Special Envoy of Netherlands on Circular Economy, Mr. Freek van Dijk. The video will be played right now. The pre-recorded video of the Special Envoy of Netherlands on Circular Economy. Are we set with the video, or we'll take? Okay. The video is not ready, so I will be inviting Mr. Luca Polidori, the Holland Circular Hotspot Director, to come and make his goodwill message. Mr. Polidori, please. Do you have Mr. Polidori's slide? Okay, thank you very much. We'll be stepping down this goodwill message for another time. And on this note, I would like to invite Mr. Bolaji Akimboro, the co-chair, Circular Economy Innovation Partnership. Mr. Bolaji Akimboro, please.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, all very important persons represented here today, I stand on existing protocol. When I was given the opportunity to say a few words as goodwill remarks, I thought for a few minutes that what will I say when you are the person speaking towards the end, when everybody has spoken. The place I would like to start, Your Excellency, sir, is to first offer you my congratulations on the choice of Lagos being the city that is opening up to the rest of Africa the concept of circular economy. I say congratulations to you, Mr. Governor, and I say congratulations to the entirety of Lagos State in particular and to the rest of Nigeria in general. The second thing I would like to say, Mr. Governor, in my goodwill message is that you are a man of the moment. Lagos State is a state of the moment because the world is changing. And Leonie, in our conversation, spoke about that. She spoke about the fact that we extract, we manufacture, we consume, and we dump. And this conference allows us to break that cycle. It allows us to create a new cycle. A cycle that the traditional group that did some dance earlier communicated in a very nice way. They communicated a very powerful concept, and they said plastics in your hand is millions in the bank. But I'd like to say it slightly differently. I will say waste that you generate is money in your wallet. We can't break the cycle. And the fourth thing I would like to say is to paint a picture of what is possible. I would like the whole world to know what is happening in Lagos today and in Nigeria very, very soon. We generate a lot of waste as a country, but those wastes allow us to do something very interesting. It allows us to create a new form of economy in Lagos and in Nigeria. So, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, the Speaker of the House, the various dignitaries that are here, I would like to congratulate you for being the pioneers of a new economy, starting out of Lagos to the rest of Nigeria. Many, many years ago, we never heard of an oil sector. Many years ago, we never heard of a banking sector. Many years ago, we never heard of a fintech sector. Today, we are communicating to the world a circular economy sector, and I'd like to congratulate you, congratulate everyone, and wish you well. And then finally, I would like to connect this to the global picture. All over the world, standards are changing, new standards are coming, and Nigeria cannot be left out. So this conference allows us to be part and parcel of the new standards that the world is insisting that businesses must follow. In today's world, we are now connecting financial reporting and sustainability reporting together, and various standards are coming out in the world. And the question of circular economy becomes very, very important. So I want to congratulate you once again, Mr. Governor, for laying the foundation for big businesses that are in Lagos to now be part of being leaders in compliance with those standards. We believe that if they do that well, they'll be able to attract capital that creates jobs. Because ultimately, a government is responsible for the general welfare of the people. And I want to close by saying, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Madam Deputy Speaker of the House, everybody here, I would like to wish you well. I would like to wish you good health, and I would like to wish you excellent success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is Mr. Bolaji Akimboro, the co-chair, Circular Economy Innovation Partnership. Thank you so much.
Luxembourg, Scotland, Belgium, Catalonia, North Rhine-Westphalia, and Dublin. Lagos is the first circular economy hotspot event outside Europe and the first one ever in Africa. That's magic. We believe that the circular economy is the only future we have if we want to live within the planetary boundaries. Just looking at waste volumes or the impact of the future expected demand for resources, business as usual, forgive me the wording, is a catastrophic direction. We believe that this transition to a circular economy is essential. For governments, I say, the cost of not acting for society will be much higher than adapting to a circular economy. For businesses, circular economy might present the best business opportunity of the century. It makes so much sense to keep avoiding waste in the first place and keep resources in the loop as long as possible. We can return resources in the same cycle or as input for new value chains. There are many circular solutions like designing out waste, the use of recycled or bio-based materials as input for our economy, or including lifetime extension by repair or remanufacturing or sharing platforms. These examples are not only inspirational and recognizable consumers and citizens, but the transition also leads to jobs, local jobs, jobs in Lagos. Furthermore, working on circular economy is working on the climate goals and on the SDGs, not as a cost, but as a business model. It makes sense. The Lagos Circular Economy hotspot events focus on the circular economy dynamics in Lagos, in Nigeria, and in Africa. And I say this as a director of Holland Circular Hotspot and as the co-chair of the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. Africa is an essential continent for the future of our planet. And for me, Nigeria is the powerhouse of Africa, and Lagos is the economic heart of Nigeria. So we need you to be successful. I've been in Nigeria, and I look back with warm feelings. Together with ASEN, our consulate and enterprise agency, and so many Nigerian public, private and knowledge partners, we've helped to set up the Circular Business Platform Lagos, a coalition of the willing, where words are being transformed into action. And hubs like that, circular economy hubs, can help with awareness raising, networking, capacity building, sharing best practices. But it's more, it's also with mapping, let's say, the potentials, identifying priority sectors, for example, plastics or agri-food, and setting up transition paths and making it easier to get access to financing for circular initiatives of entrepreneurs. I think that Nigeria will have to find its own ways and its own direction for a circular economy. It will not be a copy of Europe's direction. It will be a future for Nigeria that goes beyond awareness and beyond just the obvious waste management actions. A circular economy that includes the omnipresent young generation, where there are so many creative ideas. It's their futures. They are the leaders of the future. They're the consumers of the future. It's also a circular economy that works not against, but with the informal sector. And when I look back at Nigeria, when I think back of my last trip to Nigeria, it's the incredible entrepreneurial spirit that's around in Nigeria. And I think that's also why we're here, why this event takes place in Lagos, Nigeria. It's because we think that we can define a circular economy future that's driven by and supported by businesses. And that's essential, because they are the main actors in scaling up a circular economy. The Lagos Circular Economy event comes at a good moment in time, because it can link to the past and can hand over to the future. There's inspiration from previous hotspot events, of course. There's also inspiration for the World Circular Economy Forum in Kigali in Rwanda last year in December, where I happen to be working together with ASEN and also with the Lagos Circular Business Platform. Next year, Circular South Africa will build on your legacy and carry your events further. And I think that in the next days, we will announce the Circular Hotspot event in Africa for 2025. So your legacy will continue to the future. Of course, as Holland Circular Hotspot, we gladly continue to work with Lagos by sharing our hard-learned lessons on all fronts. I do regret not being with you, but I leave you in the good hands of my colleague, Luca Polidori, who is among you in Lagos. I wish you an inspirational event, a fun event, a networking event, and above all, a successful event. We need you to be successful. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, that is the pre-recorded video of Mr. Frick van Heek, the special envoy of Netherlands on circular economy. Thank you very much. We'll now take the Holland Circular Hotspot Director, Mr. Luca Polidori, whose slide is already inputted into the system for him to run through. Please let's appreciate Polidori.
Thank you. Mr. Governor, Deputy Governor, their speakers, their diplomatic corps, Federal Ministers of Environment, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As I've been well presented, I'm Luca Polidori, and I'm the Secretary General and Secretary and Program Manager of Holland Circular Hotspot. And I'm not here to teach any nonsense lesson, I'm just here to see what we can do in order to collaborate towards the transition together. Now, what is Holland Circular Hotspot? Very quickly, we work with companies, knowledge institutions, and universities in the Netherlands, as well as with public governments, to connect them with the global community. And by doing so, we connect the global circular economy community with each other. We do so by being in a public-private partnership with the Dutch ministries, but also at European level, participating in a strong way to the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform. And part of our activities are the support and the initiation of these hotspot events around Europe and the world. So this is our network in the world, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And it's not working anymore somehow. Okay, so everything started with the first circular economy hotspot in 2016. And after the event happened in the Netherlands, we made a foundations out of that, which is now Holland Circular Hotspot. And after that, many other hotspots have been realized. 2017 was Luxembourg, then Scotland, Belgium, Spain. We had one in Germany. And this year, for the first year, we are having one outside Europe, which is Lagos. So this is a quite important and historical moment, and I'm very happy to be here. And the fact that the first one is really in Africa, in Nigeria, is a very important moment. So also we are working in Europe to not only have national hubs, but to go deeper, go at more local hubs. So we are going to work on regional hubs, and this approach is the approach we are suggesting our other partners outside Europe as well, because circular economy happens at a local level, and therefore regional and local hubs are also very important. The reason for which the Netherlands are front runners is very quick, and it's because we are a country which more than half underwater, meaning that we realize pretty soon the importance of collaboration in order to face social challenges. And that's what we did in the Netherlands, starting from I think something happened to the slides, but okay, we'll skip that and go to the next point. Yeah, okay, that's what we did. Because we realized the need for collaboration so early, that's what we did from 1975, where we started focusing on collection, and therefore we went up to the first circular economy roadmaps in 2015, also with a trigger from the Circular Economy Action Plan from the European Commission. After that, what happened was that we realized two programs, one for national, for focus on national companies and one focus on international companies, which was us. In these programs, as we had priority areas, biomass and food, plastics, manufacturing, construction and consumer goods, and also different kind of intervention by different kind of stakeholders, from legislation and regulation to, as was planned before, boosting and connecting innovation with the industries. I will try to be quick, but first of all, I wanted to organize and prepare the presentation around plastics because it's probably one of the main priority areas. But when I was at the embassy taking my visa, I went twice, and twice there was this quite important issue of food situation and scarcity that may rise due to the situation in Russia and Ukraine. So I thought maybe it's a good moment to show how the Netherlands, being such a small country, are second globally in exporting of food. We are able to produce so much in terms of value, and but also applying circular economy and the innovative technologies. And this is something that may be replicated in other countries, such as Nigeria, in order to really work in a collaborative way and not in a way that, generates dependencies. So, I don't know if I am able to start the video with this. Can you click on the slide, please? Are you able to click on the slide? No. Okay, there was supposed to be a small video in here, but it's almost finished. For my last slide, actually, and the message was, we can work on several value chains. We have good examples of, we have best practices in the Netherlands. Of course, one thing that was mentioned in the video is that circular economy does not automatically mean having something of a lower quality. We can also upgrade things, so we don't need to stick to that concept. And the Netherlands are there to make sure that the collaboration will happen in a hand-to-hand, hand-by-hand way, and not in silos and standalone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luca Polidori, the Holland Circular Hotspot Director. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your presentation. Mr. Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will now invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Environment, who is also the Zonal Director, Lagos, Mrs. Oluwatoyin Agbenla, to give the goodwill message on behalf of the Federal Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment.
Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, please permit me to stand on the well-laid protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you this goodwill message from the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ibrahim Yusufu, who could not make it to this program. So, everything that he said now is being said from Mr. Yusuf. I'm so delighted to be invited to be a part of this holistic event taking place here in Lagos, Nigeria. I want to appreciate the Lagos State Government for hosting this first edition of Circular Economy Hotspots in collaboration with African Circular Economy Network and the Circular Economic Innovation Partnership. I recognize that a lot has gone into organizing this event, and I must commend the resilience and the determination of the organizers in ensuring that, against all odds, we have a very successful event. And I can assure all our international guests of great time in the city of aquatic splendor. The 2023 Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot presents an opportunity to showcase groundbreaking innovations and initiatives of brilliant innovators. This will also show the world to know what our governments, the private sector, and our young people are doing to ensure a smooth transition from a linear economy to a more sustainable circular economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this maiden edition, Towards a Circular and Resourceful Economy, the Future Nigeria, is very apt, as the future is indeed here. The country is already preparing for that future through the development of Circular Economy Roadmap Document 2022 to 2030. This has been coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Environment with all relevant stakeholders at the national and subnational level. The concept of circular economy is already gaining traction in developing countries, and all the innovative ideas we see today is an indication that Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria has made steady progress in establishing environmentally sound management of waste through formulation and implementation of the following policies. We have the National Policy on Environment, the National Policy on Solid Waste Management, National Policy on Plastic Waste Management, National Policy on Waste Battery Management. The Ministry also has championed several initiatives, projects, and programs in the following areas: battery recycling and exports, e-waste recycling, PET bottle recycling for industries, refuse-derived fuel to power cement kiln, animal feed production biodiesel, waste-to-energy, and off-grid solutions, implementation of the extended producer's responsibility, organizations established by the food and beverages. We also have the Estate Producers Responsible Organization, EPRON, Alliance for Responsible Battery Recycling, ABBA, Waste to Wealth Entrepreneur Program for the empowerment of the most vulnerable groups, that is the youths and the women. As a ministry, we recognize the huge potential in circular economy, and that is the reason we are so excited that the hotspot is coming at a time when the country is going through a challenging transition, which definitely creates an opportunity to innovate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to welcome you to these 2 days of intense learning, opportunity for networking, exchange of ideas, and incubation of new and viable ideas for sustainable environment. And to all our foreign participants, I say welcome to Lagos in Nigeria. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That is the address of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Environment, as represented by Ms. Oluwatoyin Agbela, a Zonal Director of the Ministry in Lagos. We'll take the last Goodwill message, this time from the private sector and then from the banking sector as well. From United Bank for Africa, we have Mr. Onyebuchi Akosa, the Chief Information Officer of the bank, to take the Goodwill message on behalf of UBA. Please put your hands together for Mr. Onyebuchi Akosa.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand on existing protocols. This is actually one of the best things that I've heard. This is actually something that tells us that excellence lives here in Lagos. Lagos has continued to take the lead in global and sustainable initiatives. Most times we look at the future, and each time we look at the future, we all look technology, we all look at what the future would be, but we also have to look at the sustainability of the future. So we're not just evolving fast, we're evolving right, and it's absolutely important that we do that. And those are the foundational things that if we do, we will evolve sustainably as we move ahead and we lead Africa into the future. The world is evolving. The world is evolving as we understand it. 5G is out. As speed seems to be one of the critical things that we're getting out there, 6G is already on its way. And it's going to give rise to a lot of things that would help the sustainability in terms of the mixed realities of the kind of technologies that are evolving. And some of those things would create every single thing around us to be smart. If the things around us are smarter, they will become more sustainable, they become more responsive. And that is why UBA 6 years ago had actually looked at innovation, have looked at artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the next electricity because artificial intelligence would power everything. And what we've done is that we've looked at artificial intelligence from a conversational point of view, from chat banking, and we're gradually evolving banking to where it should be. So what we have to put on the table is that in that future that is sustainable, we will be in the center of that future, driving value exchange, driving financial services. I thank this initiative, and we're very pleased to be part of this initiative. Thank you very much for taking the front lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is on behalf of the United Bank for Africa, Mr. Onyebuchi Akosa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to listen. We've talked about the place of Lagos in African economy, the 5th largest economy in Africa. We've talked about the place of Lagos in the world. But we have not listened to the man that holds the haze, the one who knows how to run the Lagos economy at this crucial time. He has done so much that has transferred between Lagos and the entire length of the world. Please join me as I invite our performing governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as he makes his remarks and also unveil the next host and hand over to the host as well. Please put your hands together for our dear governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, Excellency, the representative of the Kingdom of Netherlands Consulate here in Lagos, here ably represented by Ms. Lauren, the Consul General for Germany, Mr. Bonner, he was here seated, the Deputy Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Mojisola Merinda, and other principal members of the Lagos State House of Assembly that are here this morning, the Secretary to the State Government, Barrister Bimbola Salu Hundeyin, some of our other cabinet members, we call them former commissioners, special advisors, both from Lagos and Ogun State that are here. Thank you very much for coming. Body of Permanent Secretary, especially the representative of the Federal Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Yusufu here, ably represented by Mrs. Orelola. The Program Manager for Holland Secular Hotspots, Mr. Luca Palladoni. All of our other international speakers that are here. The co-chair of the Circular Economy Innovation Partnership, Mr. Bolaji Akimboro. Other heads of government agencies that are here. Distinguished guests, our friends, the team lead from the World Bank, who we did a great work yesterday, Mr. Fawood Malkawi, all of our audience online from different parts of the world that are joining and listening to us here in Lagos, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome all our partners from the industry, civil society organization, knowledge institutions, and other authorities to this very auspicious event, the first circular economy hotspot on the continent of Africa, which, thank you very much, you can clap, it is Lagos, which is themed towards a circular and resourceful economy, the future of Nigeria. Circular economy to me is not a new topic, neither do I see it as a distraction from the current model of effective public service delivery. It's a pragmatic approach and a fundamental tool to address global crises such as pollution, climate change, and a loss of biodiversity. This event, therefore, speaks directly to our administration's core principles at encouraging our citizens, the engagement and the partnership in a bid to build a sustainable, a resilient, social economic development for Lagos State and by extension for our country, Nigeria. And so the circular economy is a model of production and consumption which involves sharing, leasing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing, and recycling existing materials and products as many times as for as long as possible. And I'm sure you could see a typical Lagos hustle that I was displayed here this morning, how an ordinary trader on the street needs to understand and appreciate that every item that he owns, that he have, can be recycled, can be reused, can be refurbished. Something can happen to it. And it's only when we know that that circular begins to move and we can begin to build an ecosystem that truly, truly works and will outlive all of us. And so in a city like Lagos, we believe that this initiative will create certainly more jobs and additional innovation to production and the needed for extra manpower required to keep materials in the loop for a very, very long time. Therefore, distinguished guests, the teeming population I will have in Lagos will be profitable and sustainably engaged. We'll be expanding the philosophy for an even greater mega city that we've all seen that is rising. The Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot 2023 is of utmost importance, not only for us Lagosians, but for the nation at large, but for the entire sub-Saharan Africa as well. We will be using it for developing countries like ours that have contributed to the least to global warming, but are suffering the worst impact of climate change. We know that we're the least contributors when you look at polluters of the world global space, but we're the ones on the short end of the stick. We're the ones that get the short end of the drum. We're the ones that cannot do some form of power generation. We're the ones that cannot do this, that cannot do that, and we're the least, that are polluters of the world. What an unfair world. We're also at the disadvantage when it comes to having access to the resources and to the strategies needed to fight climate change or adapt to its impact. Therefore, let me make it clear that our administration is committed to ensuring that resources are reused again and again in order to minimize waste. Our linear approach to delivering public goods and services shall be re-evaluated, and the principles of circular economy shall be fully adopted. Thank you. In December 2020, we had a roundtable on circular economy way back then and brought together relevant stakeholders, businesses, and citizens to begin the journey towards a resourceful and a waste-free economy. Since the roundtable, our industries, especially small and medium enterprises, have been at the heart of this discussion, while our citizens and entrepreneurs have continued the conversation on how to utilize waste and resources in Lagos. My new friends and I were just discussing now, and we're asking which one should come first. Is it for us to build the infrastructure and, and have all it in place, or for us to be able to let people know the importance, and the benefit that comes with it? And we both agree that indeed advocacy and all of the interactions that we're doing now is what is most important, and they on their own now will be able to trigger the infrastructure that will be needed, that will back all of the knowledge and skills that we're all sharing here, so that people can own it. People can, organically know that they may be part of the decisions that has created those infrastructure when they do happen. So we don't have any dispute on that at all. And so to demonstrate our commitment, a technical working group on circular economy was constituted in 2021 and set up project targets, coordinate and facilitate the development of a circular Lagos project, supporting and monitoring projects implementation. In addition, we have established an interactive web-based citizens engagement dashboard called the Wheel of Progress, which is designed to measure the level of implementation and the impact of every plan, every program, every project of this administration. One of which is the adoption of circular economy methodology in the management of our limited resources that are available for the benefit of a teeming population of Lagos. This event is coming at no better time, especially as the nation continues the process to free up its limited resources and optimally channel it towards addressing the various different socio-economic needs of our country. Our administration's commitment to promote inclusive and a sustainable economic growth through the encouragement of a sustainable consumption and production pattern cannot be overemphasized. It is in this regard that our second-term tenure will be dedicated to upgrade of our development agenda from what we all know as the Team's agenda to what we now call the Team's Plus Plus agenda. And so the plus representing intense focus on social inclusion, gender equality, youth development and engagement. And we believe that somewhere there, circular economy initiative is also in pin and said in small tunes. And so all of them are in no small measure to assist us achieving our collective desire. The economy and the commercial activities that are bound in the state, along with its major link to international businesses and the outside world, has made Lagos the real beacon of hope and a land of prosperity that continues to attract a constant influx of people, which translates to a constant growth in our population. Just yesterday, we had a roundtable discussion with the World Bank, where a strong platform are being designed on ways in which we can improve the livability standards of our city, on ways in which we can keep this city to become very resilient and very sustainable in a way and manner that it can continue to compete very well with cities of this size around the world, where interagencies, dependencies, and collaboration can continue, to engage ourselves. And I know that engagement like this are the kind of things that we require. Also to mention that even as we speak here, we have visitors from different parts of the world that are coming to Lagos, to our Lagos, to learn, to dialogue, and to pick some of our little our little interventions that we have not acknowledged ourselves well enough, and others from different parts of the world are indeed giving us some of those little credits. And so we see that our attendant pressure on our limited resources, therefore, require a deliberate shift from materialization to dematerialization, that is service-oriented. We believe that it is by these indices that more than our dear state will be adjudged as being compliant with some of the SDG goals, especially goal number 8, goal number 9, and goal number 12 on promotion of inclusive growth, building a resilient infrastructure. I'm certainly very excited to learn that various would-be speakers and panelists at this conference are all experts in the areas that are essential for the development of proper institutional framework that will assist Lagos and by extension our country and by extension Nigeria to adopt a circular economy initiative. The Federal Ministry of Environment is here and other stakeholders, are here to listen and to learn. I strongly believe that the current geosocial political climate gives us a unique opportunity even more for reasons for us to reevaluate the resilience of our value chains to eliminate waste and pollution and circulate products and materials at their highest value and regenerate nature, which I think is the most important thing, to regenerate nature. Let me once again welcome all of us, all of our local and international visitors to our state, a state of aquatic splendor, the commercial economic nerve center of our country, the state that it doesn't want to sneeze, because when it sneezes, the entire country catches cold. The first subnational African to adopt the concept of climate, circular economy principles for efficient and effective delivery of public goods and service while protecting its biodiversity. And in conclusion, I wish to commend the organizers of this event for their hard work and their dedication, which has made possible the organization of this Made in Circular Economy Hotspot in Africa. And if I leave this place, I think there's been an audit and there's been a widespread interest that has been generated by various countries and various cities as into where are we going to have the next circular economy hotspot for Africa. And so it is my honor that I announce that for next year's circular economy hotspot for Africa, we'll all be going to the country of Ethiopia as a winner for the next host of the hotspot in Africa. And I want to wish all of you fruitful deliberation and look forward to new ideas and well thought out strategies that will be emanated from this discussion. Thank you very much and enjoy the hospitality of Lagos. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, yes, sir. I would like to invite the Deputy Governor, the Consular General of Netherlands, Consular General German Embassy, the World Bank team as well. Please step forward for a photo session with Mr. Governor. Madam Deputy Speaker, ma. The next group will be the SSG and alongside the technical working group. The SSG, Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor, and then the technical working group. We are taking Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor with the technical working group, and yes, sir. So we are going to have an handshake. Mr. Governor will have an handshake with the Consular General of Netherlands and the Holland Circular Hotspot.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as one of our takeaways, I want to formally let us know that we will be signing an MOU with the Holland hotspots, secular hotspots. It's a collaboration with Lagos State and the Dutch secular hotspot, and it's meant to create a total of almost 4,000 jobs within a short while. And so I think it's something that is worth our while to announce so that we can get other partners and other, collaborators to take the cue like the Holland secular hotspot has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Governor will go around the exhibition stand while everyone else is expected to take their seat. Please, can we be seated while Mr. Governor inspects the exhibition stands?
Waste the plastics into finished products that will meet with local and international market. All these things you see, they are 95% local content in Lagos State. And the equipment we are using are locally fabricated in Lagos at Mike Tilda Waste Recycling Hub, Industrial Development Center. Mr. Governor, we need your support. We need your support to enable sustainable development. And we want to train our youth. Yes, we want to train our youth. Ministry of Commerce, they know us very well.
Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma.
Yes, okay, thank you, sir. My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. So these now, we made them from pure water sachets that people drink. And this one, we made them from detergent sachets. So now we make back to school, like school bags that students can use, conference bags. We require space to be able to because we are not in Lagos yet, we're in Ibadan, yes. So we require a facility whereby we can have our looms there because we have a locally produced loom. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. and also our equipment as well to do them. Okay, all right, sir. Thank you so much.
Speaker.
Hello, sir. My name is Olalekan Lashekon. I'm the National Award winner MSME to 2020 in creative arts. These are made out of sawdust. Sawdust and glue and water. Because when you go to some areas in Lagos, or where I come from, Ondo State, where we have lumbering and everything, most of these sawdust are thrown into the Okubaba, yes. Yeah, they are thrown into the sea. I went to Abattoir, free of charge, everything here is free. And, everything. Yes, sir. This working. Thank you. But very, very, very light, because they are all inside. Yes, sir. Sir, can I just have a picture with you? Up school. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Adedokun Babatunde. I'm the cluster manager, safety, health, and environment for Friesland Campina, Wanko Nigeria PLC. So we have this raw material from the Netherlands, and we convert this to this can body, and we use copper chip to make this can body, and this copper chip is 100% recyclable. None is missing yet, 100% recyclable. And after that, all our waste make, we ensure that we recover them 100% and we compact it in this form. And from here, it goes to a recycler, and this is the final product. And this is the life cycle of our waste can, yes. We compact it like this. This is a template. And we use it to form this. Yes. Yes, African steel, at Ikorodu, they are our main recycler. We ensure traceability, and the life cycle is actually complete. From the All right, thank you, sir, Mr. Governor. Yeah.
My name is Lovette. Good morning, Miss Lovette Avenaga. So most of my pieces are made from natural pearls and precious stones from the Nigerian mines. So people do not know that we have precious stones yet. So I curate rings and jewelries and bracelets with these precious stones. And I do hope to, I do train people how to make these jewelries also. So these are my works. That is made from plastic. It's from Ghana, yes. You can actually touch it. And then here. You can feel the durability of it and how heavy it is. And these are all actual precious stones here, right here. And these are real cowries. So I deal with basic natural resources from Nigeria and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
They are made absolutely from Nigeria. Equipments that we use are manufactured also here. This can stand 10 tons of heavy load. Some, it's sand and plastic, waste plastic, AGP, and it's quite heavy. And the factories in Ikorodu these have been tested by Lagos State Material, testing facility to be okay. And University of As at now, I'm just in the experimental stage. I have been experimenting since 2018 on the various types. I can produce quite, high tensile stress materials. The only thing that I want is assistance in terms of equipment. I'm not looking for money. I want, if equipment can be provided for me, I'm ready to work all through. I can take off 480 tons of waste the products. Yes, from any. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you, sir. Adigbola. That's another engineer, Adigbola. So it's we are cooperating in terms of both of us.
My name is Oni Abiodun. You are welcome. We are Chenko Industry Limited from Kaduna, the only manufacturer of blankets in the whole West Africa, the only textile that is sustaining us in Nigeria today. This is our product. We have these following blankets. This is used by boarding school students. These are shower. These are shower for newborn baby. These are shower to back baby, and yeah, now locally made. Locally made, yes. These are wool for knitting sweaters. Knitting of sweaters.
Yes.
To knit sweaters.
Most of it are recycled.
Pardon?
Most of it are recycled materials. Yes, recycled products. We have an internal recycling program which we employ, and very less prime material.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's my stand. La sepani awala ni maintain. Put it on. Good afternoon. This is the La Sepa stand, and His Excellency has said, Mr. Governor and His Excellency the Deputy, so in partnership with La Sepa, what they do really is there's something called electronic and electrical waste. And normally these things are dumped in the dump sites. We encourage them to pick up plastics, electronic and electronical waste from us to make.
We actually convert electronical waste to a marble panel, and this is a prototype. It will be used for industrial and domestic building. And we Supreme convert plastic waste through pyrolysis to power. This is fuel and PMS from pyrolysis. And we see from
petrol fuel from plastic waste and nylon waste, especially the sachet water and the series of plastics. And this is a diesel produced from plastic waste as well, and pure water sachet, any kind of nylon, any kind of plastics. Yeah, we are orphans and we are dropped out of many universities due to lack of funds, but me and my brother, we got to look into what we could do to make the world a better place and to also help ourselves. So we look into taking together waste and converting it into something resourceful, which can be reused.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
That's the video.
This is the video.
We wanted to show the video of the pyrolysis. And they built the machines. This has been tested by University of Ibadan and DPR and our ISO certified lab, and it has passed all the parameters. We are waiting to get a signature from NNPC. We have supported them in La Sepa with a little grant.
Why don't they go to Lagos Science Research? Last week, and they can give them grant as well.
Check.
Last week, and go also produce, we help them. Last week, and give them grant as well.
So how many liters do you produce in the?
Yeah. Due to the little capacity we have right now, we are only able to produce 10 liters per day. So we are looking of upskilling if we could get grants. But it's difficult to get grants because... Yes.
Where's waste oil? I know last week. Waste oil there. Sir, so in every mechanic village in Lagos State, now we have this in this size. We collect waste oil and the people we sell it to use it to produce hair cream, relaxers, shampoos. This is Lasepa, pure Lasepa. So this is the waste to wealth. And they pay us, sir. Yes,
okay, the waste oil we get from our generators, stakeholders. All what they have advertised in our drainages before, but in the past few years, we have launched a very aggressive campaign to encourage people to collect the waste oil instead of pouring it in our drainages that will end up in our lagoons. And that is what we'll be collecting. So we now encourage them to turn these to useful products that you can see here.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Okenyinka Israel. I'm the creative director of Exosia Repurpose. I repurpose waste into functional products of high environmental value. This is a motorcycle discarded tire transformed into a mirror. And I have here a pet bottle Ottoman seat. This can serve as a storage, and you can also sit. It's very comfy. Yeah, this is the frame, the Pepsi bottle. Yeah. What are the products here? The foam, the plastic, the foam, and the material. And this is a discarded tire repurposed into a storage and also a seat. You can sit on it and store something inside. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Adeshola Adegeye, and these are the products. They are made from bamboo products. And we also have this in particular that is made from recycled cork. So rather than discarding your wine cork, you can actually recycle it into a jotter. So the back of this is made of cork, all bamboo. And it can show you the temperature of the liquid from the display here. So we also have that here. And yes. And as well, yes, as well this as well can, yes, the finish. As well as this, from cork, wine corks. And this is bamboo toothbrushes as well. These are flash drives. This is an alarm clock and a pen holder. Here is also a bamboo pen. At the moment, we use local artisans.
So
We have those that are brought in and finished here in country by our local artisans, but they still need like training as well as funding as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Adeshola Adegeye.
We have over 300 volunteers across Nigeria, and we've been carrying out community intervention plans and waste management process. We've done Lagos in Oroshoki recently. We did a cleanup at the water bank at Oroshoki. It's been really abandoned, and recently on Saturday we did. No. Yeah, and we also did, we recently completed a massive cleanup in Lorry on Saturday that has been abandoned for 5 years. and we hope to, go across the states in Nigeria, and we hope your government or your administration will support us, sir. All right, thank you, sir.
Bottles, sir, are made from recycled wires, recycled metals from Ojunri, and 7-Up is donating to us to put in specific areas to collect plastics. Thank you, sir. Yeah. I'll take care of it. Quickly.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Queen. I'm the founder of Clove Kids. We produce African dolls using sustainable and eco-friendly materials for African children to show them the beauty of our African diversity and teach them self-love. Now, all of our products are made from recycled fabrics and plastics, made by Africans for Africans. And our office is here in Lagos, Nigeria. Here in Lagos, Aja, precisely. Yes, sir.
Does not contain mercury. The driver circuitry is heavily regulated. The runtime is 15,000 hours. That's an average of 10 years for indoor applications. We are available online and we deliver throughout Nigeria. It eliminates thermal waste and it does not contain mercury.
Good morning, sir. My name is Engineer Dolapo Olalekan, owner of Lukuska Resources. We process 100% all domestic waste, all agric waste, and some industrial waste to produce briquettes for domestic and industrial cooking, floor tiles for the homes, interlocking blocks for roads, low pour fuel oil, charcoal, and biogas, biofertilizers. Sir, thank you very much, sir. And we wish to help Lagos clean up.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. This is Mitimeth. Mitimeth is a company that upcycles and produces products from water hyacinth plants from our waterways in Nigeria, mainly in Lagos. So basically, the products are obtained from the water, and the water hyacinth is dried through the process. And when the hyacinth is dried, it is woven together to create these products that you've seen here. So the communities that are affected by these water hyacinth plants are the same communities where staff are employed from. So they are the ones who weave these products together. So for impact, the company impacts SDG, no poverty, gender inequality. Most of the staff are over 150 staff, mostly women and kids. And for customers and the challenges that we face, a lot of people from abroad appreciate these products, but here in Nigeria, we have a big problem of not appreciating things that are found here. This is all sourced and made in Nigeria, but we don't appreciate our local products. These are This is an example. This is a mirror that was hand woven from dried water hyacinth. It looks nice, Mr. Governor. Can we get a picture? Can we get a picture with the governor? So now I think this is just like a tissue box that can go in the back of your car, you know, from the office in Alausa. And then these are coasters for the dining table. Other products, you can find us on Instagram at meetymeth.ng. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is Amidu Mohammed, and I'm the founder and creative director of Plastibuild Creative Solutions. So at Plastibuild Creative Solutions, we leverage on innovative Plastibuild Creative Solutions. There are two startups here. So what we do at Plastibuild is that we work with disposed and discarded tires that end up in the gutters that the area boys use for violence, and we collect it from them, give them stipends, and make eco-fit footwears. Our target audience are children and women in local communities like Makokwan in Laje, in Bariga, to provide them with affordable shoes that they can wear to, save their feet from their daily hustling, as Lagos is a hustle city. So we are working with the state governments in terms of innovations, and would like to partner with the governor to provide footwears. Okay, currently now I'm a startup and I work from home in my community in Bariga. I work with local talents and cobblers there to work together and produce these footwears. So we are in partnership with the Faculty of Engineering at the University of Lagos to produce a machine that can help us scale up our production and increase our impact so that we can reach more children in Lagos, and would like your support in that regard, sir. The machine currently, it's not in the market, as this is a novel idea. So we are still working with them to research with the Research and Innovation Office at the University of Lagos to come up with the machine design. Then when we have the machine design, we can start talking about cost. Yeah, currently now, the what's it called? The Honorable Representative for Ota Federal Constituency, that's Honorable Ade Akinosi, he has given us an order to produce 1,000 footwears for his constituency children, as they are stranded with, currently at the moment, stranded in the production. And that is why I'm collaborating with the university. Okay, currently now, to work with in the University of Lagos, we are still working with the Faculty of Engineering, and we expect that in the next 1 month, we'll be able to come up with the design and everything.
We have to start. I know. I know you're looking at my name is Babatunde Adebayo. I am the team lead of Eco Circular Solution Provider Limited, and I'm the beneficiary of Circular Lagos. I was one of the winners when we first started the circular economy. So what we do is we turn waste papers into building materials. And as such, I have a customized ceiling for this program here. This is what we are trying to do. If you look at the program we are having today, you will discover this is the logo. If we have machines to work with, we'll have been able to put Lagos Circular Hotspot 2023. That was our intention. But because we are producing this manually, that's why we said, let's project Lagos, let's project Nigeria. So this is made from waste papers from the street. We have women and youths that we have employed that scavenge those waste. We buy it back from them and we make this ceiling from them. So what we need from you, sir, is to partner with Lagos State in order to provide this ceiling for building schools, for low housing estates that you might have in mind for us. I have a mold here. We do it manually. This is one of our molds that we brought down. On the issue of machines, we already have a working prototype that we want to magnify now to scale up the production. So right now, we have done that from Adeleke University in Ede. We partner with the lecturer in the mechanical department, and they have given us a working prototype for which we are able to make this. So we want to scale it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excuse me, I want to have a shot. Please, that's my highest ambition. That's why I customize it. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We appreciate Mr. Governor. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Governor, please, as he takes his leave. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we all be seated so that we can take the first keynote presentation? Please, let's be seated so that we can have the first keynote presentation before the tea break, please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, can we be seated? We would like to take one more goodwill message from the Consular General of German Embassy in Lagos. Then we take the keynote presentation. Please, let's take our seats. It's my pleasure to invite the Consul General, German Embassy in Lagos, Mr. Bond, to please step forward for his goodwill message. Please put your hands together for him, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was only approached this morning because I came back from Germany only beginning of the week. So the advantage for you right now is it will not be a long speech. It will just be a few remarks on this important issue of the circular economy. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers and all the stakeholders involved on this achievement to get so many people together today to discuss circular economy issues. You may know Germany is one of the big economies of the world where circular economy has been an issue already for quite some time. How to use less to produce more, meaning how to decouple economic growth from our use of resources, of raw materials, of energy, of water, of any stuff you need to produce industrial goods. And there has been, in Europe in general, I think we were the first continent really to be successful in decoupling economic growth on the one hand and the use of resources including the CO2 emissions and other aspects that violate the environment, to decouple those and have more economic growth but less environmental impact. Now, concerning Lagos State and German initiatives, let me just mention a few, because some of our private companies have been here in Lagos already for quite some time, and in Nigeria in general, not only Lagos State, other states and cities in Nigeria, to contribute to developing a circular economy. So if you look at raw materials, Nigeria is also a country with a lot of raw materials, and the main issue today is really also to recycle more of these raw materials that are already in industrial products. There was a very good head page of the Guardian this week showing all the materials used in mobile phones and and it's an issue for all of us, how to recycle them and to use them more often. And there are German companies involved in this also in Nigeria. Then there is the industrial processing that you can, especially by digitization, by what we call Industry 4.0, you can produce the same products, be it heavy industry like steel or food products with much less resources. And that's also an important part of the circular economy, that you use less resources to produce the same or even a bigger amount of good and high quality products. Here as well, German companies are highly involved, and you may know that these Industry 4.0 processes are important for any modernizing of the economy, including Nigeria and Lagos State. And then there is, for example, the chemical sector, just to give you another example, where German companies on African soil, on Nigerian soil, are involved with laboratories to find out how products can be recycled. Just to give you one very practical example. You all know there's a lot of malaria in West Africa, and I think Nigeria is using about 2 million mosquito nets, the big mosquito nets to cover whole rooms or beds or whatever, and they are all coated. They have chemicals in them. And so far they were just thrown away. And through the laboratory of a German company based in Ikeja, there was a solution. There is now a solution how to recycle these mosquito nets. That's just a very practical example of our day-to-day life, where we so far have been wasting a lot of resources, and can do a lot of circular economy, meaning recycling those mosquito nets, also finding ways to recycle chemicals and to use them again and again. And the plastic industry with all its aspects was already mentioned a lot. So let me just express also the full support of the German federal government and its states, but also especially the private sector, to support Nigeria and specifically Lagos State in their endeavors to improve the economy in general, but especially to build up a real circular economy. And I can assure you from all the examples we have already had over the last years in Germany and all over the European Union, there are two big advantages also with the circular economy. The circular economy is creating more jobs than the classical way of just using things and then dumping them. And it's decentralized development, whether it's renewable energies or recycling industry. It's really a decentralized economy then, spreading all over the country. So this is another big advantage of building up a circular economy. Once again, congratulations to all organizers and stakeholders of today. And once again, you have the full support from German companies and the German government on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome back the Deputy Governor of Lagos State and of course the SSG. We just had a goodwill message from the Consular General, German Embassy in Lagos, Mr. Watt Bonner. Thank you very much. Please, shall we please appreciate Mr. Bonner, please? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now we'll now take the first keynote address, and this is coming from the DG Nestra. It is all about a topic called Towards a Circular and Resourceful Economy, the Future of Lagos. The DG is represented by Mrs. Udechukwu Ezenwayi. She's representing the DG National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, and she's going to be talking to us for the next 15 minutes or thereabout. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Ezenwayi.
The Governor of Lagos State, the Deputy Governor, the Honorable Speakers, kindly permit me to stand on the existing protocol to present the speech of the keynote address of the Director General of NESRA, who is unavoidably absent in this important occasion. He sends his regrets anyway. The DG is speaking on the topic based on a perspective The DG's presentation is from regulator's perspective, so to speak. So he's looking at the topic and the role of regulators towards a secular and resourceful economy. Circular economy focuses on reducing wastage and pollution, and it has encompassed all the R's, 5 R's we can think about. So this is the presentation outline. I have just a short time, so I'm going to summarize whatever I have here. So circular economy focuses on reducing wastage and pollution, and it encompasses all the hours you can think about, from 3 hours to 5 hours to 7 hours to 9 hours, from reduction, waste reduction, to repairs, to reuse, recycling, remanufacturing, rebranding, refurbishing. So it encompasses anything that will ensure that a product lifestyle lasts longer so that it doesn't get to waste. And even when it gets to end of life, it forms a product for another thing, a raw material for another thing. So a cradle-to-cradle approach to product usage and manufacturing. So it is based on the principles of creating a closed-loop system where waste is minimized and products and materials remain in use for as long as possible. So it replaces the end-of-life concept with restoration, shifts towards the use of renewable energies, eliminates the use of toxic chemicals which impair reuse and return to the biosphere, and aims for elimination of waste through the superior design of materials, products, systems, and business models. The benefits are so much, both those that are directly and indirectly. It's, first of all, it has to make for resource efficiency and environmental conservation. Issues concerning climate change are reduced. Greenhouse gas emission reduction, it encourages that. And most importantly, there is economic growth and job creation, and it reduces dependency on imports. One way that the Nigerian government has tried to incorporate a circular economy in its system is the use of the extended producer responsibility. The Extended Producer Responsibility Program in Nigeria started with the National Assembly, industry, and the regulators, particularly NESRA and the Federal Ministry of Environment, where we were all invited on a meeting. And the EPR, which is a major provision of the national regulations, was now had to be implemented. The extended producer responsibility is a system that promotes total life cycle of products. So it gives the manufacturer the responsibility of it gives responsibility to a manufacturer so that products and its packaging materials at end of life, the cost is borne by the manufacturer. So it promotes the integration of environmental costs associated with goods throughout their life cycles into the market price of the product, and focuses on the end-of-use treatment of consumer products to increase the amount and degree of product recovery and to minimize the environmental impact of waste materials. It also encourages the producers to implement circular economy. The benefit of the Extended Producer Responsibility Program includes facilitation of waste reduction and effective pollution prevention strategy. There are a number of these, but given the time constraint that I have, I'll just go straight to the EPR system that we are working with now so that we can look at it and Lagos State will also know where they can fit in. Already we are working with Lagos State on this. So the EPR is a major component of a number of national regulations for the manufacturing sector, particularly those of the food and beverages and tobacco sector, electrical electronic sector, plastics, base metals, non-metallic iron and, metals and non-metallic products, paper, motor vehicles, and the battery sector. To implement EPR in Nigeria, The National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, during the meeting I mentioned earlier, was mandated to produce a guideline for other stakeholders. So in this guideline, all the stakeholders were identified and their duties delineated. The stakeholders include, I want to go straight to the stakeholders, includes the producers, the PRO, who is the Producer Responsibility Organization. This is a third-party stakeholder that is set up to manage the waste or products at end of life for the producers. There are the collectors, there are the recyclers. NESRA here represents government. So it's not just NESRA, it means government at different levels, both the ministries, federal ministries, state ministries, MDAs, environmental protection agencies at also state levels. So there are the collectors and then there are the consumers. Going back to this, the guideline was developed and there were delineation of duties. Also, items amenable to EPR were also identified in the guidelines. And these include papers, plastic, tires, chemicals, used batteries, e-waste, and a number of other things. So the idea is that manufacturers under all these sectors organize themselves and come up with a system whereby their products at end of life, the waste from the packaging and also some of the components will be sustainably managed. The idea is also that the manufacturers will also incorporate sustainable practices and circular economy approaches in their production system such that items that ordinarily wouldn't be easily recyclable or reusable or easy to repair, that's to incorporate the 5 R's into their system to ensure that sustainable production and consumption is enhanced. So NESRA as an environmental regulation enforcement agency at the national level have a number of duties to do with respect to implementation of the EPR. And this also transcends to the state EPAs, for example, LASEPA and the State Ministry of Environment, who also has duties to do in respect to implementation of the EPR in Nigeria and in Lagos State. So the EPR model we have in Nigeria recognizes the PRO as a driver to the project, for the program. The PRO, I have explained that already. And the model we have in Nigeria is industry-led, and it hinges on government-private business relationship. This is already working in Lagos State because, let me not jump the line, I'll come to that. So the model provides investment opportunities in the waste value chain and in building environmental and socioeconomic resilience against future challenges. It also provides investment opportunities and technology and transfer. So far, there are 4 PROs. The E-Waste Producer Responsibility Organization of Nigeria, that is in charge of the electrical electronic sector. There is the Food and Beverages Recycling Alliance, FIBRA. Sorry? Something is wrong somewhere. So there is a FIBRA that is in charge of the packaging items from the food and beverages sector. There is the ARBR that is in charge of waste batteries. There is also a fourth one that is in charge of the used tires. So all the idea is that producers and manufacturers of these items work together with these PROs to ensure that these items at end of life will also be properly managed such that recycling will be enhanced. So in operationalization of the EPR program in Nigeria, there was a project funded by the Global Environment Facility on circular economy approaches for the electronic sector. The project's state was Lagos, and this project facilitated the setting up of 30 collection centers in Lagos State for proper collection of e-waste. And one thing that this project also achieved was the formalization of the informal sector. We call them informal sector, not scavengers, because we worked with the Lagos State, with LASEPA and LOMA, to ensure that a system for collection of e-waste in Lagos State is put in place, and that appropriate recycling measures are put in place, and that collection centers and informal collectors who ordinarily were being harassed, they're not harassed again. The project also made for the amendment of the National Environmental, Electrical and Electronic Sector Regulations and updated it to current trend. And there is also development of a database on e-waste generation and collection as well as recycling in Lagos State. These were part of the project procedures and some of the things that happened. Now, for the food and beverages sector, there is the PRO, and they are working seriously with the plastic sector. At the moment, they have commenced the development. There is a plastic regulation, plastic waste regulation that is on ground. In fact, the review is being done nationwide tomorrow. And the PRO is also key to this. For the battery sector, this is very important considering the challenges that we have. In most places, especially here in Lagos, you see that batteries, sometimes they just cut it, pour out the hazardous components, throw hazardous components into the environment. So the PRO is also working with the key stakeholders to ensure that a proper collection and recycling system and handling and managing other management issues are being put in place such that the risk and hazards associated with batteries at end of life is eliminated. For the chemical sector, there's also a process of registering their own PRO. So the challenges that has to do particularly with improper handling and management of some chemicals at end of life and their packaging materials are also addressed. The used tires were just launched a few weeks ago, and they are working seriously with many stakeholders, with other dealers, importers, to make sure that the used tires also and their challenges are addressed. There are a number of challenges that this process has also encountered, and which Lagos State may also have to look at to learn from what we have done, so that they may also plan even far ahead of us. They have been known to be the pace setters. They can also set a good pace where other people can also learn from. So there's many facilities are not ready to key in into this extended producer responsibility, and by implication, they are not ready to key in into circular economy approaches. So a number of enforcement activities need to be done, and enforcement must not be through a way that must be hard, considering economic issues. We may have to consider some other approaches so that in using a carrot and stick approach, it will be a win-win for everybody. So there is also a case of insufficient awareness, and the volume of waste recovered from recycling is minute compared to the quantity generated. So in moving forward, we look forward to working closely with Lagos State government, particularly with the agencies, as we are doing, to have more collaborations so that in working together, the circular economy approaches and the sustainable economy will be formed for us all here in Lagos and in Nigeria. So implementation of circular economy approaches holds so much for us all here, and during the discussions, I believe that we will all bring in all our ideas so that the objectives of this program will be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative of the DG, NESTRA, National Environmental Standard and Regulatory Enforcement Agency, for that keynote address towards a circular and resourceful economy, the future of Lagos State. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to, on behalf of the organizers, thank our dear Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, for staying true with us for the last lap before we go and rejuvenate our tummy. We have been talking about the economy, but there's an economy of the body system that needs to be rejuvenated after speaking for about 2-3 hours, and we need to do that right now. So at the foyer, there are so many things for you to take care of the economy of the body system. For the next 15 minutes, we'll allow people to go to the foyer and have, let me call it simply, tea break. Let's go and have a tea break for the next 15 minutes. Everything is set at the foyer for you. So in the next 15 minutes, we expect everyone to be back here. Please put your hands together for the Deputy Governor of Lagos State again, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Please, as we go to the foyer, we would like the VIP to please take the lead. We would like the VIP to take the lead so that we allow them to take their own chunk of the tea break before every other person now follows. Please, we don't want it to be rowdy. Thank you very much. Allow our diplomats, the distinguished invited guests, to take their tea break first before we all go for our own portion. In the next 15 minutes, by 2 o'clock, we all come back to the hall.
touch, I shiver. Just body language, can you blame it? My love's like a raging river, and I think you're the one to tame it. You're the quiet, shy type. You always whisper, never shout it. Ooh, baby, you are my type. Why don't you tell me all about it? I got ways to make you tell me all about it. That's what I'm gonna do till you tell me all about it. Making love till you do, till you tell me all about it. Me, I'm a lousy loner. Just call my number, come be near me. Me, I'm a soulful moaner. Station wide so you can hear me. You feel, you're the quiet, shy type. You always whisper, never shout it. Ooh, baby, you are my type. Why don't you tell me all about it? I got ways to make you tell me all about it. That's what I'm gonna do till you tell me all about it.
Hello. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had enough tea, and then we need to get back to business. I wish to please plead with those of us standing at the back to please come and take our seats. You can bring your cake, your tea, just bring them to your seat. Please, our time is fast spent. We have some participants online watching us through the Zoom application, so let's just wrap up this for today, then we'll continue tomorrow. So, as we prepare for a presentation from Lafarge, let me quickly recognize these individuals that have joined us also. The Rector, Yaba College of Technology, Engineer Dr. Ibrahim Adedoyin Abdul is here. We welcome you and thank you for joining us. It's represented by Dr. Franz Agame, Director of UNESCO Center for Research and Sustainable Development. Also the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, is ably represented by Professor Sunday Adebisi, Chair, Dr. Michael Adenuga, Professorial Entrepreneurship Studies and Skills Development Center, University of Lagos. As I said earlier, we would like to move on now. And on this, I would like to invite from Lafarge, Ms. Temitokpe Dosumu, to come and make a presentation on the adoption of the principles of a regenerative economy. And this is being sponsored by Lafarge. Ms. Temitokpe Dosumu, please, from Lafarge. I hope we have a slide. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Mr. Deputy Speaker and Mr. Governor and Mr. Deputy Governor. Kindly allow me to ride on the existing protocols. My name is Temitokpe Dosumu. I head the commercial team of Geocycle Nigeria, a subsidiary of Lafarge Africa PLC. We are the professional waste management arm of Lafarge Africa PLC. As you know, we're big on waste management and circular economy, and sustainability is part of our goal. So we'll be discussing about adoption of the principle of regenerative economy, and I do not want to take so much of your time. Circular economy is a new discussion and trend in the world, not only in Nigeria or Africa as a whole. And I'm really excited that we're big on this right now. If we look back 10 years ago, we were not here. But here we are, we're interested in this, and we've taken the lead in this space. We're talking about regenerative economy. We're moving away from the regular. We're moving away from having the existing economy and looking at opportunity of how we can build business models by unlocking potential for positive contribution, with a system that actually will generate assets that provides goods and services. The world is moving away from linear economy where you take, you use, and then you dump. So now we're moving to an economy where you take, you use, you reuse. The arrows can keep going on as long as you want it to be. This is the regenerative economy right here. Raw materials can actually be restored and renewed. Reproduction can also be used with waste pollution. And then when you look at the last cycle, we talked about repair, reuse, and recycle. I don't know, so use this. This is an approach whereby the economic development is designed to feed both business, the environment, and society as well. It contracts the linear economy and looks at the aims of gradually decoupling growth from consumption of infinite resources. We are big on circular economy, as I earlier mentioned. The world is moving away from the use of traditional fuel and fossil fuel to the use of alternative raw materials as energy. And this is one thing we've taken a lead on in Lafarge. At our cement plants, we consume on a daily basis about 500 tons of alternative materials, which speaks to both biomass and other raw materials. We use these to actually use as alternative fuel and raw materials. So we're looking at the benefits. Our focus is to reduce the use of fossil fuel and greenhouse gas emission. We know that cement production organizations are the largest generators of CO2 emissions. So that's why we're taking the lead in alternative fuel and looking at a way to mitigate pollution, reduce as much as we can, if possible, go in the AF way. We're looking at prioritizing climate justice and climate change mitigation, foster economic growth, values on natural capital. The focus is to promote sobriety rather than abundance. We need to work without extracting new materials, which means you've already produced these materials. Use the existing materials that you have as much as possible. The end life of a product shouldn't be a damage to the environment or to those living in it. It is important that we look at it and look at ways to tackle these waste management challenges as a whole. We're also looking at promoting local opportunities because we are all actors in this space. What do I generate? What am I doing with it? What do you generate? What do you do with it? It's important that we take ownership and play a major role in this space. We need to develop life, evolution, rather than destroying it. This world is not ours. It's for our children. We need to leave a healthy space for them. We're saying co-processing. This is the hierarchy, and our focus, I'm sorry I'm going to be turning this way because I'm not able to. This is a hierarchy when it comes to waste management. We are looking at opportunities in the cement industry. And then we preach as much as possible. If you can avoid waste generation, kindly avoid it. If you can reduce it, please reduce it. Reuse, reprocess, recycle it as much as you can. And in a cement space, we leverage on the use of co-processing. The cement industry generates temperatures from about 450 degrees to 1,450 degrees, and an additional flame of 2,100 degrees. It has given us that space for us to leverage on that temperature and use it to actually generate additional, to treat waste, and then use it to generate additional fuel. So waste to energy is beautiful. But even with waste to energy, you have non-recyclable materials that needs to be handled. So there is a need for the solution. Incineration and landfilling is a no-no. It would be very nice if you can meet having this same event next year, and we are saying, oh, we're able to move over 40% from the dump site to other resources. It makes a lot of sense. So I think we should all shy away from incineration. We should all shy away from landfilling. We should all shy away from burying of waste or hazardous kind of waste. And then uncontrolled burying of waste should actually have a stop. This is a regular picture. To some is a blessing, to others is a curse. To the recyclers is a blessing. This is a whole value chain. But to the man who lives at Olushosun, it's a curse. To the man who is stuck in a bus heading home, it's a major challenge, and then there's no AC. So we need to look at this. I do not see waste, but I see a huge value chain. I'm seeing materials that can be recycled. I'm seeing non-recyclable materials that can be converted to alternative energy. I'm seeing materials that we can get huge AF from, and it can actually provide jobs out there. I would like to reiterate, when it comes to waste management, alternative fuel in Lafarge, we do not break the value chain. What do I mean? We do not collect recyclable waste. We only focus on the non-recyclable materials. That's what we manage. It is high time for regulators to take a position. What do I mean? It is high time for us to ensure and mandate that dumping of waste should actually stop, if not reduce. Should actually reduce if we cannot stop. It is high time to prioritize and look for values in materials that we are actually generating. Priorities for businesses. Every organization that has a manufacturing line that produces waste should think about the end life of the product. What do I do to it? Where is it going to end? Am I burying it? Am I burning it? Am I incinerating it? When you incinerate, you generate ash. What happens to the ash at the end of the day? I'm certain there are no analysis done. So we need to start thinking about the future, not about now. There's a lot of construction demolition waste going out. We are developing in this, we are building and constructing in this part of the world. Today I'm saying yes, every cement industry can actually collect construction demolition waste and recycle in their cement plants. By so doing, 40% of waste generated can be diverted from the dump site. It's something we need to look at together as a whole. And it's beautiful because we're beginning to discuss with regulators and we are beginning to have traction. If you talk about waste management or circular economy 10 years ago, we were nowhere to be found. But here we are taking the lead. So we need to start seeing waste as a resource. The picture I showed earlier had different pictures. To me, I see value, I see money, and I see resources. Low carbon alternatives. Every waste, when you treat and prioritize this, you generate low carbon. Okay, waste processing in the cement industry. I mentioned earlier that we make use of alternative fuel. We are moving away from the use of fossil fuel, traditional fuel, to AF. What do we use as AF? Biomass materials, which involves pancanyl shells, shafts, and other resources, and other combustible materials mixed together. All of these generates AF. And how do we treat? We co-process. This is co-processing. It's a method that enables us use waste as raw materials in our cement kiln. Based on the temperature, what happens eventually is that the ash mixes with other raw materials, and then the final product you get is clinker. Clinker is actually cement. So it is important. I don't want to take so much time. So it is important that we start looking at co-processing as a final solution to waste. In order for us to manage waste in the cement industry, what we do actually is that we have to pre-process the material. This is a typical picture of a cement kiln. You pre-process and you feed from various areas. At the end of the day, like I mentioned earlier, you reduce the use of fossil fuel and then you generate cement. Advantages are huge. Long temperature. The process is self-cleaning. The kiln has lime in it. It's high efficiency. High efficiency and total recovery. Eventually you get zero waste. Zero waste should be the goal, and zero waste in future should be what we're looking at. These are the waste management hierarchy. We have municipal solid waste, we can handle this. We handle industrial solid waste, non-industrial, and biomass residues, and alternative raw material. The volume of waste that is being generated today, 70% of this waste can actually be managed by cement industries. So if we leverage on cement industries, very minimal volume will go to the dump site. Very minimal volume will be burned. So by so doing, we are actually creating a clean and clear environment. Waste management in the cement industry. In every aspect of our production, we make use of waste. In the space of raw material, clinker production, cement grinding, aggregates production, and concrete production. At every stage of this, we consume waste as a means of either alternative fuel or alternative raw material in the cement industries. So what are we doing? We are pre-processing waste. We are looking at it. We have in our cement, we have our facility in Ewekoro, where we carry out this activity, where we impregnate, even if it's a liquid waste, where we feed into various systems. And then, eventually, you get clean and clear energy. So what do we do in Lafarge? What do we do in Geocycle? Our focus is to ensure that we provide zero waste to the dump site. Here are different images of waste being generated. It has to be pre-processed for it to be usable because various organizations will come to us. I'm giving you my waste. I do not have to pay for it because it's alternative material. No. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to pre-process before we can convert it to a usable material. I am here to stand on behalf of Geocycle and Lafarge to say to every organization and everybody here to embrace co-processing, to start thinking of zero waste, to stop dumping, and let's work together. It is doable because the solution is here. And Lafarge has always taken the lead. We are partnering with different governments, regulators, and industries. And I think this we can achieve. So this is us. We are Geocycle, a zero waste future. We are 100% subsidiary of HOSIM. HOSIM is a major group, and we are Lafarge Africa here in Nigeria. Here we pre-process and co-process non-recyclable waste. I emphasize non-recyclable because we are not in competition with recyclers. We understand it's a very strong value point. And what we are saying is materials that you cannot recycle, that cannot go to the dump site, but can be handled by us. And then we'll be able to give you a clean environment, a zero waste future. We've added value by championing circular economy costs. We've collaborated with other industries and government regulators. We are supporting the sustainability action for waste management. We are looking at a future where you and I will look back and say, yes, we did this. So thank you very much for this platform. Please let us embrace zero waste by promoting circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we please give it again to Ms. Temitope Dosumu. She's from Lafarge Africa, and then that arm of Lafarge is called Geocycle. And she just spoke to us about the adoption of the principles of a regenerative economy. She's so practical, and all the things she has said, we have images to put them together and understand better. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to have a panel of discussants who are going to sit here and then give further enumeration to all that we have been discussing since morning. So the first panel discussion is going to be circular economy development through policy, hubs, agencies, and global treaties. I will invite the panelists as well as the moderator, then I'll step down from here. Let me start with the moderator. The moderator of the panel is Mr. Clem Ugoji, consultant and advisor to GPAP. Mr. Clem Ugoji. We have the head sustainable development and cooperation, I think this is. Head sustainable development and brand, Lafarge Africa, Mrs. Titilope Ogutuga. One Lafarge step down, another Lafarge is coming up. Thank you. Next is Mr. Oluyomi Banjo. He's an energy and environmental expert for United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. That's Mr. Oluyomi Banjo. Thank you very much. And the last on this list is Professor from University of Lagos, Professor Sunday Adebisi from University of Lagos. For the next 30 minutes, the moderator and the panelists will discuss the topic on the panel discussion 1. Thank you very much.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Environment and all officers of the government and the private sector here present. And please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I think today is a very important day in our journey as a country to the circular economy transition. Because what we are having here today, like we've heard, is the first of this event in Africa, and it is great to see that it's not just happening in Nigeria, but it's happening in Lagos as well. And for me, I think the panel conversation that we have today has been properly set as a matter of stage by the presentation by Lafarge. Because one thing that we must understand is that the circular economy is not a talk show, it's not an abstract concept, it's about practical solutions to real-life problems that we're all confronted with, and that is the problem of pollution in our environment. And so the conversation of this panel today is to look at what are some of the practical measures that we can take as a country to move forward on this, move forward beyond the talk shows that we have always had, move forward beyond developing plans to actually doing things on ground that can enable us to achieve that. And I think the issue of circular economy has been properly defined. So really, we are not going to waste time talking about what is circular economy. But I think it's important to just say that two things are critical. One, it's about ensuring that we eliminate wasteful production and wasteful consumption. And then the second thing is also ensuring that the unavoidable waste materials that come as a result of production and consumption are transformed into new materials that can become valuable in our society. So if we take out all the grammar and all of the syntax and everything, this is really what the circular economy is all about. And I think that as a country, we've started this journey about 10 years ago, and we have what we call the National Circular Economy Program. We have the National Circular Economy Working Group, and expectedly, the Lagos State government is also leading this among the subnational level with what we call the Lagos Circular Economy Program, and of course, the Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot that we have here. So I think the stage has been set for action. But I think, we've had this conversation for too long, and the question is that we need to begin to take action in order to concretize the benefits of the circular economy. But then we can't talk about the circular economy without regulations and policies, because we need regulations, we need policies to be able to set the stage and also define the roadmap and also, pace the progress of our development. We also need to create markets. We also need to ensure that there is innovation. What can we do with the waste that we generate from every aspect of the economy? So we need to be able to talk about innovation. We need also to be able to talk about working together collaboratively across sectors, because a silo mentality cannot deliver the circular economy. So at the national level, at the state level, at the local government level, there has to be interaction between governments. There has to be interaction between government and other sectors of the economy. And we also need to understand that there is need for financing, because that is where the rubber meets the road. We can do all the plans that we like, but if we are not able to develop a sustainable financing strategy, we can't deliver on the circular economy. And so I think all of these are the things that the panel is going to be looking at today and giving us perspectives on how can we deliver on some of these points that we've talked about. Incidentally, our panel was originally structured for 1 hour, and now we've been cut to 30 minutes. So you're going to have a rapid-fire version of the panel that we had earlier intended to bring to you. And at that point, I think I'd like to give my panel members an opportunity to self-introduce themselves and give us like a 2-minute talk as to the credentials of circular economy for their respective organizations. So I think conventional wisdom demands that we start from the lady. And so I'd like to call on Ms. Titilope Oguntuga to please introduce herself and say a few things. I know we've already heard about Lafarge, so perhaps you might want to skip that, but feel free to give us whatever other additional details you have.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My name is Titilope Oguntuga. I head Sustainable Development at Lafarge, and I drive the ESG ambitions of my organization. In 2022, and just to further demonstrate what Lafarge does in terms of circular economy, we co-processed over 123,000 tons of waste in our cement plants across Nigeria. And for us, this is just the starting point. I know that we've set the tone for circular economy today, but again, it's important that we know that this is a journey that is worth, taking, because the future that we are looking at is a future that is depleted with resources. We do not have those resources anymore. And so these conversations today is not just for us to talk about it, but to also inspire and stir action for us to do things more deliberately to ensure we have a safer planet and we are growing economies that our future generations can inherit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move on to Professor Sunday Adebisi.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Sunday Adebisi. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship, hub, and strategic management, and the director of entrepreneurship and skill development center, University of Lagos. I'm equally the occupied professor of Dr. Mike Adenuga Professorial Chair in entrepreneurial studies. In University of Lagos, we have 67,000 students, and when the entire campus is filled up, we are about 85 to 90,000 people every day. You can imagine the kind of waste that will be generated by these people that will live, consistently at a time when we have our students there for like 4 months. We're very, very concerned too about how we manage our waste in the University of Lagos. And there have been a lot of innovative ideas coming from our students from different departments, in playing in the circular economy. So I will be here to look at the possibility of us getting job created from what we are discussing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And then we move on to Oluyomi Banjo of UNIDO.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluyomi Banjo, the National Program Coordinator, Energy and Environment for UNIDO Regional Office, Nigeria and ECOWAS. So UNIDO is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and it's a specialized United Nations agency to promote industrialization in developing countries and economies in transition. So what have we done on circular economy? One, we supported the government of Nigeria to develop the national policy on solid waste management. Two, we supported the government of Nigeria to develop the national policy on plastics waste management. Three, we supported the government of Nigeria to develop the first assessment on plastics value chain and sustainable and alternatives to plastics. Four, we are presently cooperating with the government of Nigeria, Lagos State, Federal Capital Territory, and the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, FIBRA, on a full-size project on plastics value chain with the support of the government of Japan. Five, we are presently cooperating with the government of Nigeria through the Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Rural Electrification Agency, and an innovation hub, which the headquarters is in Lagos here, co-creation hub, but it's Nigerian-owned, but with a presence in quite a number of countries in Africa, to run what we called Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, whereby one of the sectors we are looking at is circular economy in the environment sector. 6, we supported the government of Nigeria to develop, to institutionalize the extended producer responsibility for the electrical and electronic waste sector. And 7, I will stop at this, even though there is more, is that we are presently working with the EPR on the food and beverage sector. And maybe because Clem is here, it's also good that I mentioned that we are presently in discussion with World Economic Forum, which Clem is involved in, on a plastic trade assessment for Nigeria. Thank you. I stop here.
Well, thank you very much, distinguished panelists. I think that we have what it takes to do justice to the topic today. The first practical issue that we want to look at is the issue of creating markets for circular economy products. I mean, we have seen so many recycled products that have been developed in the country, but still many of them at a very small scale, micro scale, and most of these recyclers and artisan producers aren't making much progress in terms of expanding on their products. So the question is, how can we ensure that our domestic market becomes a place where recycled products can thrive? And it's only when we create markets that we can generate demand. And when we can generate demand for this kind of products, then of course, the waste products, can actually be in demand, and we can hope to eliminate waste pollution in our society. And there is a very important role for regulation to play in this aspect. And so I wanted to check with Ms. as to what kind of regulations will Nigeria need to be able to make progress in this area, and what are the current realities that we see within the society.
Interesting about regulations, but I'd first like to provide a bit of context. The Circularity Gap Report 2023 reveals that about only 7.2% of the global economy is circular. What that means is that there's a lot of work for us all to do. Private sector, public sector, civil societies, even individuals, we all have a role to play. But let's talk about the regulations. Regulations provide that framework for us to make adaptations, adopt, and even in very severe cases also comply with what the national agenda is. And I want to believe that this conversation today is setting the tone for us to develop a strengthened national agenda for circular economy. Now, given our current realities, what regulation will do for us is three-pronged. It will help us focus on social impact. It will help us deal with environmental issues. And more importantly, it will help us to create new economies that we all can thrive in. We understand that SMEs or MSMEs are the nucleus of economic growth in every nation. So regulations will provide that pedestal for MSMEs to grow, to thrive, and to continue to create businesses that are sustainable on the long run. Now, speaking to the type of regulations that we need, we have existing regulations, and it's not like we don't have them. We have policies, we have frameworks, but how can we bring these things to the advantage or to help us accelerate, circular economy as an agenda in Nigeria? One is we need to begin to consider, the ease of doing business, not just for bigger organizations, but the people across this value chain, the people across this ecosystem. That is very important. We understand the role of funding. We understand the role of, support from the government. We also understand the role from all the stakeholder groups. We need to galvanize all these efforts to ensure
that certain things are working along the right lines. And I'd like to cite the example of Dubai. From January 2024, single-use plastics will be banned. What that means is that the government will be supporting, and even other stakeholders will be supporting businesses who have a foundation in single-use plastics to eradicate or eliminate single-use plastics by 2024. That is one action that we all need to begin to consider. In terms of regulations and also our current realities, what are the other things that we need to begin to explore? We need to begin to drive value across the value chain in a manner that we are able to share best practices. Regulations can help support in this regard because we are developing frameworks that will support, the achievement of our long-term agenda. Two more things that I'd like to share with us. One is, how are we strengthening diplomatic ties? The European Union, for example, has given us a very practical demonstration of what the ambitions around, circular economy is. How can we leverage all of those, diplomatic ties to strengthen also our own agenda here in Nigeria? And then the second is trade ties. Clem mentioned earlier around creating visible markets, creating viable markets. How do we strengthen, trade ties to ensure that it creates opportunities for these businesses to thrive? The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, for example, is one opportunity that we may need to go back to look into to say, how do we bring circular economy principles embedded in this agreement? And to wrap it up, we all know about the executive orders. We have so many executive orders in Nigeria. What about an executive order for circular economy? I believe that is a fantastic way to go to accelerate that journey towards a successful circular transition in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. It's great that you mentioned the European Union, and I think, the idea of banning single-use plastics, of course, the jury is still out, whether that is really a very sustainable way for a growing economy to take, and in fact, whether that is actually feasible in the real sense of it. And of course, there is another school of thought that says that rather than banning single-use plastics, that a policy or regulation that mandates the use of recycled plastics for the production of single-use, packaging materials may be a better alternative. Of course, there are debates for and against all of that, and it would be great to check on Prof. Professor Adebisi, what perspective would you have on that, the banning of single-use plastics versus turning it around, to ensure that single-use plastics are made out of recycled plastics? What would be your perspective?
Thank you very much. I like from the point where you are addressing it, because we have a peculiarity in Africa that it may be very difficult for us to run as fast as many developed, countries are working. So, single-use plastic, if we say we are going to go for outright banning in Africa, in Nigeria, it may really, really cause some kind of pains like we are seeing now, with fuel subsidy. So what we need to do is, how can we tamper with the orientation of the people now to begin to know that as long as I hold this plastic in my hand, I think twice before I dispose it anyhow. That's the first thing that just needs to happen. We need to all begin to develop the culture that will tell us that once you hold this, what do I do with it? How do I dispose it? What is my responsibility as an individual? How do I ensure the fact that I put it in a place that another person can pick it and reuse it and recycle it? That is very important. If we can achieve that, if you can support with a kind of a regulation that that encourages, that gives a kind of incentive to individuals, to homes to do that, is going to be very fine. Like I was putting down in this place that NESRA needs to do a good job in this area. You see, when we talk about policy, there are already 35 policies already with NESRA, 35 fantastic policies. If we ask many people in the audience, some of us will not even know any of those policies. So the implication is the fact that it's like Dora Akuyele, then Professor Dora Akuyele. You know, NAFDAC has been in existence, but so many of us, we don't even know what it's talking about. But when she came on board, she made us to realize what the policies are, and she was ready to implement the policies. And every home, every household, everybody understood how you need to guide yourself, how you need to look at drug before you take it, and how you need to cry out when anybody is producing, fake drug. And at the end of the day, it's been a fantastic thing. So I would want NESRA too to look at how, they can support for the implementation of these 35, policies. And that single-use plus how you can begin now to encourage household. We've started doing that at University of Lagos. Maybe I'll talk about that later.
Okay.
For us to move on well on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think that's a great place to segue to my next question around the issue of innovation. And of course, what roles, can hubs play? I mean, we've seen that in the finance sector and in the ICT sector, tech hubs, have been a great, driver of innovation. And so as we look at what can we do with plastic waste, what can we do with other forms of waste, what is the role, for this kind of hubs, in a country like Nigeria in terms of helping us to repurpose these materials for some other productive uses? And it's great to hear from you in the academia. I believe that UNILAG itself, should be in the lead.
Thank you very much for coming back to me again. As a matter of fact, if we want to make our mark in this nation, this is the way to go. It is important for us to begin to create circular economy hubs where you have the density of youth population. This is very important. When you look at the African Circular Economy Alliance, it was formed, Nigeria joined in 2021 with South Africa and Rwanda, signed that. And when you look at it, it was formed, it was really based on bringing or ensuring that you develop the economy potential that comes to circular economy. And there were 5 areas of focus. And the 5 areas of focus was packaging, food system, built environment, electronics, and fashion and textile. Now, we're supposed to be throwing up hackathon every now and then in these areas. We're supposed to look at, like University of Lagos, the extended producer, responsibilities. Those guys that are in this space, like Lafarge and all of them, they're supposed to have a pool of funds that is tailored towards hackathon in each of these areas, where you come to University of Lagos to looking for new solution on managing, household waste. Some of our students have come up with biogas, the waste from Yamoria that sell food and all of those, compress it, put it together and generate gas from it. And, they made presentation of such in my center. And, we look at some of those things and look at all the areas, how we can scale some of the things that they are doing. So we need to throw hackathon in this area. We need to be purposeful about it. We need to work with students, work with their supervisors in, in engineering, in sciences, so that they can begin to come up with solutions, because they themselves need to create the job they are going to do. Because the job, as we speak now, as at, last month, we have 45% youth unemployment in Nigeria from 130 million youth. So, when you look at 45% of 130 million youth in Nigeria, you understand what that is. If they begin to, before they leave campus, which we're doing in our innovation center, that we want you to create a business before you get out. And the waste, the waste arena, in the time of the circularity of all these things, can give bigger opportunity.
Absolutely.
But they need the kind of fund, they need the encouragement, they need to see that this thing will be off-taken if they do it. So I think that is the way to go.
Thank you so much. Of course, we know that all of these things cannot happen in isolation, like we say. It's not something that any particular sector can do alone. And circular economy transition is also not even something that any one country can do in isolation, of other countries around. And I think that will be a great way to get the perspectives of the United Nations to say, what role will collaboration play? And collaboration both at the local level and, of course, at the regional level and, at the global level. And, I think an important tool in that regard would things like the treaties that we have. We know there's this global UN Global Plastics Treaty that is coming up. So what's the role of those kind of treaties, and what's the role of that collaboration for a country in Nigeria's situation?
Thank you. Firstly, I've been seeing countries, developing initiatives and leading on circular economy. But hardly do you see regional government, states. So I think this is what makes Lagos special in this case. And please, can we give Lagos a round of applause for doing this? Because for a state to take the initiative to take control of a program that is usually led by a country, then yes, it shows some level of capacity about that state and that country. Also, if I can ask, how many of us know that the draft regulation for Nigeria's plastics waste management is out? So it came out yesterday. Please, it would be good you have a look at it. We are all stakeholders in this room. Thirdly, so the governance of circular economy globally. There are different tools that are being used. Before now, it was mainly centered around the Basel Convention on transboundary movement of hazardous waste. But now, the world is beginning to look at how can we separate circular economy from issues of transboundary movement. And the first one that is coming out is on plastics, which it was agreed at UNIA 5, that's the United Nations Environment Assembly in Nairobi, that the world should come together to develop a global treaty on plastics waste management, with circular economy as a strong tool. Now, we've had 2 intergovernmental negotiation committee meetings, one held at Uruguay and the other held in Paris. The third one, 5 is to be held before the consideration of a fully developed convention comes into place. The third one will be held November this year at Nairobi. And what does this tell us? The moment this convention comes into place and Nigeria becomes a signatory and goes ahead to ratify, then Nigeria is under the obligations of this treaty, which is why Nigeria must be very much present during the negotiation. So that is the start of collaboration. Because when it becomes an obligation for Nigeria, then Nigeria has to also look at, so now Nigeria has policies, regulations, and other things. At that time, it would have to also, in one way or the other, align to what the world is doing. And I think that is where collaborations with international organizations comes in. Because one of the major things we bring to the table is to be able to support the country to meet international best practices. So Nigeria has participated in the 2 internegotiation committees. For example, Nigeria was vocal at the last one, also advocating for special financing under that global treaty. The country has to look at quite a number of things. Research and development, which my colleague here from UNILAG has mentioned. Awareness and education. We are sitting here, but many people outside still don't know what we are talking about. Technologies. So what type of technologies are you going to adopt? Because there are peculiarities in Nigeria. Is Nigeria producing many of these products that we are talking about? The answer is no. So if you are not producing, if you are importing, using and managing, what type of technologies do you use? So I'll stop here because of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are really out of time. And so just to round up, I'd like my panelists to leave the audience with one statement that they would like people to go away with and to ring in their heads as an action point for each person. And maybe I would like to start with.
Sustainable consumption does not end with, using a product or, an item. Sustainable consumption ends when we have disposed properly. And it's important that we all see ourselves as ambassadors for circular economy.
Thank you.
If each and every one of us would do things differently, I'm sure we would move the needle an inch, and in the next 5 to 10 years, we will be able to see visible impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Been very generous with your statements. Prof?
Thank you very much.
One statement in 30 seconds.
We need to reverse the order. If we're generating 32 million tons of waste in Nigeria, and less than 30% of such is recycled, I think in the next 5 years, I'm looking at this gathering, that we're reversing it to be 70-30. That is to say, we are now recycling 70%, and we are now thinking of how we move from 17 to 19 in the next 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would say be educated and be aware on circular economy. But don't just only be educated and be aware. Be involved. What you put on the table may be what may make a difference in the game of play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we should just give a round of applause to the panelists. And just by way of wrap-up, I think 3 things, stood out from this conversation today. The first thing is that, to be able to solve the problem of waste and really claim to build a circular economy, we have to be able to build products out of the waste, whether it is agricultural waste, whether it's industrial waste, whether it is plastic waste or whatever it is. We need to be able to create the capacity to transform this waste into materials for other things. The second is that we need to look at our policies and regulations to be able to create a domestic market for these innovations that are coming up so that there can be demand for these products, and therefore these industries can grow to create employment and at the same time also create an off-take capacity for the kind of waste that we want to see out of the environment. And of course, collaboration is key. At the national level, it's important for stakeholders to come together. Government alone cannot create a circular economy. Industry alone cannot create a circular economy. Civil society alone cannot create a circular economy, neither can the informal sector. But everybody working together, holding hands together, reaching consensus and collaborative action can make this work. And so we wish that this country would actually do what needs to be done so that we can become a model in Africa for the circular economy transition. Thank you all very much, and thanks for your attention.
Hello, thank you very much. We'd like the panelists to stay here while the permanent secretary comes to join for a group photograph. Mr. Clem Ugoji is owing me 10 minutes. I don't know how you are going to pay for it. Photographers, please. We're supposed to have a learning lab 1 on financial planning for MSMEs, running concurrently with this panel discussion at the Nile room. I hope that has also been concluded by now. So we go straight to the panel discussion 2, which is going to be on energy and circular economy, the just transition to a circular economy in Nigeria and beyond. And the moderator for this session is Mr. Bode Fadikpe, CEO, Sage Consulting and Communication. Please put your hands together for Mr. Bode Fadikpe, please. The panelists are Mr. Greg Odogu, National Coordinator, Center for Renewable Energy. Mr. Greg Odogu. People call people Odogu. I don't know the meaning, but I'm seeing somebody who bears that name today. Thank you very much. As the National Coordinator, Center for Renewable Energy. Next is Dr. Segun Adaju, CEO, Consistent Energy Limited, and the President is joining virtual. Okay. The next person is going to join virtual is the CEO, Consistent Energy Limited, and the President, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. I hope we have connected with him. The technical team, have you connected with Mr. Shegun Adaju? Okay. The next person is Ms. Sheria Adegbenro, Chief Audit and Compliance, Eco Electricity Distribution Company. Ms. Sheria Adegbenro, thank you very much. I would like to hand over to the moderator. This is for another 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony.
Sorry, I just want to inform us that concurrently we are going to be having Learning Lab 2, Designing Buildings for Circularity. Dr. Mrs. Tenigbade Udu, lecturer at Yaba College of Technology. I don't know where it is holding, probably at the night room as well, but that will run concurrently with this as well.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day, but we'll do our best to make sure that we don't keep you waiting for too long. We have been asked not to stand on existing protocol again, so that we can disrupt the economy and get what we want to get. I'd like to welcome my panelists. And I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves. Like the MC said, somebody is joining us virtually, and that is Dr. Shegun Adaju, who is the President, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. He was supposed to be on this program, but he had to cancel it at the last minute because there is okay, he's online already. It's online. Thank you very much, yes. So, Dr. Adaju, you are welcome. Thank you for making out time to join this program. The panelists on my left, you'd like to introduce yourself? Please put on the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. I'll be representing the Chief Audit and Compliance Officer, Mrs. Cherry Adegbenro, Eco Electricity Distribution Company, Lagos.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, invited guests. My name is Greg Odogu. I am the National Coordinator Center for Renewable Energy. It's a non-governmental advocacy center in Nigeria, based in Abuja. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The topic we are dealing with for this panel session is energy and circular economy, the just transition to a circular economy in Nigeria and beyond. I would have loved to start with Mercy, but I also know of a fact that Greg is a subject matter expert, so I would like to ask him to set the ball rolling.
Well, today we are here for a very important discussion because whenever there is a new technology or a new lifestyle in society, it puts some people out of job. So, for instance, when the oil industry came, the people that were using kerosene and the people that were using coal and horses, animals to travel, they were out of business. And when the digital economy came, people started using computers, and then the typists, those women that used to type with typewriter, they were out of job. But now we are talking about something that is more global, more impactful because of the impact of climate change, which is a circular economy, and it affects every part of society. Because of this, it's going to have impact on society too. So that's why we are talking about just transition. Just transition is a new concept that brings everybody together in fairness and equity, justice for all, in transiting to a future that is more sustainable and guarantees the development of the whole society, which is in line with one of the SDG goals that is talking about inclusion and peaceful societies. So when circular economy, today it's like we are dealing with two issues. energy and circular economy on one hand, then the aspect of that provision of energy which carries everybody along. That is just transition.
Okay, thank you very much. I will still get back to some of the issues that you have raised because I'm concerned about what those who are likely to need to reskill, what is their fate? What is the system going to do to assist them to get to that point? But before I come back to you, let me get back to Mercy Anderson, who is standing in for the MD of a co-electricity distribution company, which I'm sure most of us who are gathered here take power from them. Now, in terms of renewable energy, and I'll get to Dr. Adaju because, again, he's a subject matter expert. But let me first of all find out from ECO what they are doing to support their customers, because the bulk of electricity from the grid today is 80-20. In other words, 80 from fossil fuel and then 20%, which is water, from hydro. How is this going to impact on a circular economy vis-a-vis renewable energy and what you are doing for your customer? Mercy, please.
Okay, so in line with the transition and the Electricity Act that was passed by Lagos State, we'll see that Lagos State is tilting towards the circular economy, which is renewable energy. And what that invariably means is they want to explore other forms of energy that is not the fossil, that is not thermal or water. So invariably, what we'd be doing now is to partner with Lagos State, which is ongoing, in terms of, okay, so distribution companies, you are licensed to do this as the sole provider of electricity in Nigeria. So what would you be doing with that? So we'll come in, we'll partner with Lagos State to see how we can support them in other forms of renewable energy. Right now, we are based on, our reach is basically that 80%, where we get our supply from thermal or from gas. Now we are tilting towards the 20%, which is based on hydro. So what that means is we are also doing renewable form of energy from hydro, while focusing on partnering with Lagos State to provide sustainable supply in Lagos State, which is one of the goals of the Electricity Act, which is to provide electricity and also provide clean energy where we come in.
Now, before I go to Dr. Adaju, I'd like to clear something. How will your own current customer mix, particularly your cash cows, how would you be able to hold them in terms of your other sources of energy, renewable especially? Do you think this is likely to create a challenge for you in the market?
No, definitely. I don't think so. So because majority of them will still come to us in the sense that we already, there's a transition plan, and the transition plan is 2060. They didn't set that transition plan to take place in 4 years. They didn't set it to take place in 10 years. They know it's a gradual process. Hence why they said renewable energy, they gave us a long term of 2060, meaning that they know that it's a transition. You won't start immediately. You won't get there immediately. You need a whole plan, a whole period to actually get in line with it. So basically, we would be partnering with them again to make sure that those that even rely on the supply is improved and we are able to supply to our customers. Currently, we are partnering. We've even started an embedded generation in one of our sites in Lagos to ensure that if there's no, to ensure that supply moves from time to time within all our customers.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adaju, can I come to you now? Can you hear us? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. I know that your forte is renewable energy. Can you walk us through a nexus between renewable energy and circular economy? Can I ask you to hold your thought there, sir, because we are pressed for time and I need to clear this fact. Now, I know of a fact that one of the things that renewable energy will help us to do is to reduce carbon emission, or a fundamental reduction in fossil fuel and all of those things around it. But there is also there are about two schools of thought. One is of the view that renewable energy may not be able to catalyze full industrialization. And there is another school of thought that also holds the view that no, renewable energy is the way to go. No matter what it is, it can trigger that industrialization that would require. Can you share your thoughts with us on this issue, what looks like a divided position about whether renewable can catalyze industrialization or whether it does not have the capacity to do so? Can you share your thoughts with us, please? I mean, taking Alaja, for instance, can renewable energy handle Alaja, Aja Okuta? Okay. Thank you very much. I will still get back to you because I want to know what role policy, government can play in helping to bring further visibility to circular economy and renewable energy. But before then, let me get back to Greg. I want you to look at the fears that people are likely to have. You raised an issue for which I drew attention to one particular phrase, reskilling of people. There are those who may be feeling that as a result of circular economy, because a particular product is having an extended lifespan as a result of reuse, refurbish, remanufacture, my skill may not be able to cope with that process again. What exactly can be done to allay the fears of such people and make them know that you are not losing your job, nobody is losing anything?
Thank you very much for that question. It dovetails into the policy of Nigeria right now. There is something called National Policy on Social Security, National Social Security Policy for Nigerian workers. National social inclusion policy that is going to make all the workers not to lose their job because of climate change and just transition. Because of climate change right now, some people that work in some jobs are naturally going to lose their jobs. Then, because of secular economy, some other people that are doing some jobs are going to also lose it. So the government has made a policy whereby everybody will be included. And that is where I mentioned that the SDG number 16, it is justice for all. So the government is looking at that justice for all. Because we are talking about SDG Goal 7. SDG Goal 7 talks about energy for all. So you can't do energy for all without justice for all. People that are, for instance, that are that are waste disposers, waste collectors, and some other people that are into manufacturing and the raw materials extraction. There are some communities that get their money from raw material extraction. And because of secular economy, raw material extraction is going to be cut down on, which means these people may be without money and without jobs. It is now left for the paradigm that we are discussing now to secure a just transition for them, whereby these communities will be put into consideration and they will not lose their jobs. Then the others that have jobs that do not measure into the paradigm of secular economy will now do what you talked about, reskilling, retraining, and re-equipping. For instance, in Lagos State, it is the government that will look at this policy and internalize it in all the departments of government and secure the jobs of these people so that they will be included in this transition. Because if they are not included, that is where we are going to have a problem with the societal impact. But let's take it to the next level. You know, we are talking about Nigeria and beyond. The poor nations, they depend on extractive industry. We, for instance, export crude oil. Some export gold. Some export lithium, cobalt, and some other solid minerals. But now, circular economy is going to cut down on extraction. It's going to make people to use what they have for a longer period, whereby we will not depend on extractive industry as we used to depend on them. So when we talk about Nigeria and beyond, being the leaders in this new paradigm, circularity is a new paradigm. We are going to take the discussion to the next level. Why wouldn't the developed world help the poor nations to internalize circularity? Because the way the world runs, the service industry is the thing that is running the West. America depends on the film industry, on the digital economy, like Facebook, Google, Amazon, gives America more money than raw materials. But we don't make money from service industry. We make money from raw materials. So there is a disconnect, and we are not prepared for the future of circularity, which means there has to be a new paradigm for the poor nations, for the poor societies to be included. And that is what SDGs Goal 16 is talking about. So this discussion is very important to set the agenda, because this is the first discussion in the developed world, in the developing world. The secular hotspot has been in the West. For the first time, it's coming to the developing world. So we are now championing the discussion that the developed world should look at bringing up the poor nations into the secular mix when it comes to sustainability and just transition.
Thank you very much. Messi, let me get back to you. If you want to clap, you can clap. Please don't hold your clapping. Thank you very much. I would be right to say you are aware that there is a new Power Sector Act.
Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you very much. Now, for that act, it allows, for the first time in several years of the life of this country, it allows the state to generate, to transmit, and to distribute electricity. Now, as a major market participant, is there anything you are doing with Lagos State currently? Because that's your host state. Is there anything you are doing currently with Lagos State that brings a collaboration between you, Lagos State, and the idea of circular economy vis-a-vis renewable energy?
Okay, so I would agree with you, sir. So currently we are partnering with Lagos State. After the act, we went into meetings, engagements with the Lagos State government, to see how we can partner with them. One of it was to discuss plans or whatever it is that we can offer and what they can offer to us as well. So what this invariably means is that we are a socially friendly company. We are available, we are opened to the market. Right now, it's being regulated by NEC or by the power sector, but we are open because it's now a global thing where the company, the nation wants to buy into what Lagos State is doing. And so if Lagos State is ready to go into it, we are ready to partner with it. And that's why we are also in engagement or talks with Lagos State for us to have traction in it. So very soon you'll start seeing so many policies in line with that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adaju, I'm coming back to you again. There is a common phrase in town today that is said to be affecting Nigeria: multi-dimensional poverty. Are you getting me, sir? Okay, fantastic. Nigeria is said to be going through or suffering from what is called multi-dimensional poverty. And one of those strand of the multi-dimensional poverty is energy poverty. Now, my question is this: given circularity and renewable energy, how can these two concepts help to remove energy poverty from the multi-dimensional poverty that we are talking about? Especially, sorry sir, especially in view of SMSEs. Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've been told I have 5 minutes. Maybe it's now 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Greg, as part of your rounding up thought, do you think, okay, 2 questions in one. One is the fact that I know you are a media person. To what extent will media, what will be the kind of contribution you expect from your colleagues in the media to further push circularity into the front burner? Number 2, do you think we are coming too late, especially in view of the latest price of petrol? Do you think if circular economy had been before now, especially in relation to renewable energy, we will not be crying the way we are crying today about cost of fuel?
Quickly, thank you so much. The media has a lot of work to do because everything rises and falls on leadership. So it's the media that gives the leadership accountable and sets the agenda. It's now left for the media to actually also know the issues. They have to know the issues. There have to be retraining of circularity. There has to be a circularity desk on the media, broadcast and print. Not because you have political desks, you have environmental desks, you should also try circularity or circular economy desks. Secondly, Nigeria, the second question, Nigeria is not coming late at all because this is actually a new sector. Circularity is a new experiment, but the thing is that we have to be very fast if we want to survive. And one suggestion I'm making is that there should be a Ministry of Renewable Energy. It's very late in the day, but we can start now. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, we have peculiarities. We must not look at other countries. We can do our own thing. For instance, look at India that has similar circumstances, many poor people. They have a Ministry of New and Renewable Energy that came from a department on non-conventional energy. So, and they are doing very fast. So we have to do it now. Let me correct something. I almost made a mistake about the name of the policy Nigeria is doing. Okay. It's called National Social Protection Policy. But it's now revised to include, so it's now revised National Social Protection Policy to include the impact of climate change. It's under Ministry of Budget and Planning.
Thank you. I will take that as your closing thought.
Yeah.
Mercy, you want to tell us something as your closing thought?
Okay, I would just like to encourage everyone to embrace the 2060 transition plan. We can do it on or before 2016. So I encourage you to embrace it. So it's also, by embracing it, you're also encouraging the circular economy as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adaju, what do you want to leave with us? Thank you very much. Any contribution from the audience? 1 minute each. I'll take one from here, I'll take one from here. Oh, sorry. I'm unable to do that. Thank you very much. Can I go ahead? Okay. Audience, one from this side, one from this side. The first person to raise up his or her hand. Fantastic. Please rise up. Please rise up. Step forward. Somebody from there, somebody from this side. The first person to raise up his or her. Okay, stand up. It's a balanced one. Please rise up. Please stand up, step forward. Can we have an extra microphone? Straight to the point. Is it a contribution or a question?
Probably a bit of both. The engagement of the citizens is central to the success of any of this, and it has to happen at the local government level. The state government has to focus on the regulatory and monitoring aspects, evaluation aspects, but the local government, I didn't see many of them here, have to be the ones that are empowered to engage with the citizens. I hear you talking about media, I hear you talking about other institutions that's going to drive this. It's the people that are going to drive it. So you need to empower them. You need to educate the people. You need to create systems for that engagement. Town hall meetings that is institutionalized. It's not at the whim of anybody. You know that once a month you must meet with your councillor, with whoever it is, the state commissioner, whoever it is, that is responsible to do what? we all live in local governments. We know we don't have systems in place. If you want to recycle, there is no system that recycles in terms of collecting the waste. Shouldn't be rocket science. Somebody should come and collect the waste. If I have waste and I'm walking down the street, I want to throw it away, I should have a place on the road that I can dump it. The system should be in place to clear it. We all go to London, Abby, on Oxford Street. You just drop the thing in some dustbin there, somebody else clears it. So it has to be a collective process for this success. Thank you.
I sincerely agree with you. There was a time in this country, and I'm sure most of us will recall, where the federal government was supervising cleaning of streets. War against indiscipline. Thank you very much.
Systems. Let's do it.
So what I'm saying is that the local government she mentioned have a major role to play in this business. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Blessed Lola saying from Empower Africa Project. I noticed on our discussion it's been from raw materials and to consumption. Looks like we are omitting the area of production. Why am I saying this? So that it will not be again like our crude oil, that we have the raw materials, we have the crude oil, and we have to depend on the outside the country in getting the product. So I will request that we'll consider like the machine fabrications, the hassle of machine fabrications, and then for some of the companies, because before you talk about taking the raw materials into becoming the circular product as we expected, it has to go through the process. So we should take it as a matter of importance along with our processes. How the companies who either are going to, instead of us taking all this out, we should be having all this in the country. The process should be in the country. It means we will need to have more fabricators and other devices that are to be made in Nigeria. It's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your contribution. On a final note, and as a joke from me, it's only in Lagos that you will be hearing somebody saying ice water tuture. Come and buy cold ice water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our panelists and the moderator. Let me invite the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of the Environment, to please, Dr. Gaji, please, for the photo session. Our next presenter is already online, all the way from Estonia. We are taking the person online with those who are physically here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Let's put our hands together for the panelists and the moderator as well. So our next presentation is coming online, is on a reflection on digital transformation for a circular economy, the role of technology in transition from linear to circular economy in Nigeria. This will be taken by Mr. Ibrahim Bashir, CEO, co-founder, Delali. And I understand he's speaking all the way from Estonia. The technical crew, have you connected with him? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Delali.